Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers, as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for being my friend. Thank you, God, for all your unconditional love, support, and kindness. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of today. Jesus, in your name, I pray for a peaceful day for every heart and mind across the universe. And so it is. Thank you.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your world. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. In this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shantihi. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Checking. Checking. All right, we're going to do a TikTok live stream here. We're going to do it now. Actually, yeah, do we do it now? And then do we say, yeah, that's probably part of it. Probably eventually we want to get to that place where we're just doing it like that. That should actually be a topic. Checking. Ooh, okay. Good morning to myself. Good morning to myself. Good morning to myself. Good morning to myself. Today's EFT tapping topic is going to be on self-judgment. If you judge yourself, if you think you're cringe and that's stopping you from posting content, then this live stream is for you. We're going to start tapping right now. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I've judged myself, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. All right, let's go through the negative round right here. This self-judgment, beating myself up, judging myself. It's not good enough. I'm not good enough. I've judged myself too much. This self-judgment. What are other people going to think about me? What if I embarrass myself? What if I'm cringe? All this self-judgment. I can't let this go. I can't let this go. I'm just so embarrassed. I'm just so ashamed of myself. And I can't even fulfill my purpose from this place. This embarrassment, this shame. This embarrassment and shame. Judging myself. Not good enough. What if I suck? What if I'm always going to be this person? What if I'm a loser? What if I'm always going to lose? And I'm judging myself. I'm judging myself way too early. Judging myself. I'm judging myself way too early. Feeling embarrassed. Feeling ashamed of who I am. I judge myself for how I look. I judge myself for my haircut. I judge myself for my face. I judge myself for my teeth. I judge myself for how I speak. Everything I judge about myself. Everything I judge about myself. Everything I judge about myself. All this self-judgment. It's because I don't accept myself. It's because I don't truly love who I am. And so I'm constantly in my head about myself. I'm constantly in my head about myself. constantly in my head about myself. And these feelings in my body, it feels so cringe to be in my body. I feel so ashamed to be in my body. But is that really constructive though? Is that really helpful to judge myself? Is it really helpful? No, it's not. It's not helpful. It's not helpful to judge myself. I am where I am at this stage of my life for a reason. Maybe I can accept that. Maybe I can be at peace with all of that. Maybe I don't have to live this way. Maybe I don't have to be ashamed of who I am. Maybe I can put myself out there. Does it really matter? No. It's only because I cared about what other people thought of me. It's only because I only cared about what other people thought of me. That's the truth. And I was there. I was absolutely there. Giving a shit what other people thought of me. And because I wasn't meeting people's standards, I judged myself. It's not good enough. It's not enough. I judged myself because I allowed other people to judge me. And I take back my power now. I take back my power now. The opinions and the criticisms of others. Yes, I cared. When I was a child, maybe sometimes I still am, but when I was a physical child in this physical body, when I was a kid, I cared. I cared. I did. I cared what other people thought. I cared what other people said. I cared. And I took it personally. I took everything so personally. Taking everything personally. Taking everything so personally. I took so much so personally. Judging myself. Judging where I am at this stage of my life. All this self-judgment. All this self-judgment. I'm not even a profitable trader. I'm not even consistently profitable. Who is going to listen to me? Believing that I had no value. All this self-judgment. All this self-criticism. All this self-judgment and self-criticism. It affected my self-worth. It affected how I saw myself. But I choose to change now. I choose to be completely different now. I choose to be very different now. I want to accept myself. I choose to accept myself. I choose to accept me as I am and just be at peace with myself. I'm choosing to be at peace with myself. And I'm live streaming it for all the world to laugh at me, to criticize me, to judge me, or to join me. I allow myself to feel these feelings that come up until it no longer affects me. I'm choosing to regulate my nervous system so that I can be at peace. Choosing to regulate my nervous system so that I can be at peace. Choosing to regulate my nervous system so that I can be at peace. Regulating my nervous system so I can be at peace in my body. Peace in my body. Peace in my body. Peace in my body. Peace in my mind. Peace in my heart. Choosing peace. I'm choosing to live my life from a very peaceful state. Choosing to be in so much peace. No longer judging myself. Just being at peace with myself. I choose a lot of peace. I choose to be the fullest expression of that peace. I choose to embody that peace and radiate that peace and that joy and that bliss and that happiness for others to feel my energy and others to feel at peace too with themselves. I choose to open my heart more, accept what is, and I choose to let go of this self-judgment and self-criticism because it's not constructive. It is not for my greatest and highest good. And I know that in order for me to fulfill my purpose, I choose to be in the most peaceful state. I choose to be the most peaceful version of myself that I can possibly be. I choose to breathe in that peace and exhale that peace. I choose to be the walking expression of peace consciousness. I choose to have a good time. I choose to enjoy every minute of my life because I do not know what tomorrow brings. And I'm choosing to laugh more. I'm choosing to have more fun with my life. I'm choosing to be more kind. I'm choosing to be filled with a lot of light. All of this self-judgment, it's too heavy, and I choose to let it go. I choose to let this self-judgment go, and I send it back to God's light now for permanent and everlasting transmutation and transformation. And so it is. And to that self-judgment part of me, I love you, and I apologize for creating you. Please forgive me. God, forgive me. I forgive you. I forgive myself. I forgive the world, and I thank you for your existence. And with unconditional love and acceptance, I now send you back to God's light for permanent and everlasting transmutation and transformation. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Loving kindness, peace, peace consciousness. I'm returning my consciousness back to oneness consciousness. I am returning my consciousness back to oneness consciousness. I am returning my consciousness back to oneness. Choosing peace. Choosing to feel at peace in my body. Choosing to feel at peace in my soul. Choosing to feel light again. This feeling in my stomach. This feeling in my stomach. There's something that's coming up. It's this part of me that wants people to stay. I acknowledge that part that just wanted to hang out. I acknowledge that part of me. I acknowledge that part of me with a lot of love and a lot of grace. I acknowledge all of the parts of me. I acknowledge all of these parts, and I love them. And I choose to be at peace with all of my parts. I choose to breathe deeper. And relax. Breathing real deep and relaxing. Breathing real deep. Oh. Releasing and letting go. Releasing and letting go. Yeah, I don't expect people to stay. It's probably not going to be for a lot of people, and that's okay. This expectation, I let it go. All of this expectation, releasing all of this expectation. I'm releasing all of this expectation now. I let it all go. I let all of this expectation go. Letting it all go and being at peace now. Being at absolute peace with myself. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Done. I did it. We made it. All right, that's going to end the live stream. Done. Oh, all right. Here we go. You see? And then you do it. And then that's it, man. All right, now let's take a look at the markets here. I'm a pip. Uh-huh. Man, you don't even need that anymore now. Mm. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here we go. Fair enough, man. Hmm. What are you talking about? Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on, please. Where is Gabriel Pip? Oh. Hmm. Right. Just shrink it down. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Yep. Oops. Nope. Sort of, yeah. Ah. Oh, god damn it. No. Come on here, son. Come on. Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. Come on. This is not important to do this right now. Yeah, good enough. Fuck, I just wasted my time to do that. That was weird. Actually, I do know. It's that anal part. It's that anal part of me. Okay, done. Done. So if I screen share, I got that now. If I go to deep work now, I got that now. Done. All right. Let's check here. Let's see the charts. Charts. Oh. Hmm. Oh, did I get stopped out? Oh, dang. Oh. Okay. Oh, we're going to grab liquidity probably here. Grab and go, baby. Yeah, and that's where these 1 hour lines suck. Talking about fucking trend lines. Okay. Let's go back to the weekly. Okay. Weekly is performing with less volume, right? Daily. Daily, we close with more volume. So we should be looking for buys. Daily, more volume. Look for the buys. No. Daily. This was yesterday's candle here. Yesterday's candle. 1 day. We see less volume coming in. So we should totally be looking for ding. Right. There's very little selling pressure relative to the buying pressure. We closed above this level. We're in this range right here. So what do you think would happen? We don't think. We see. What do we see happening here? All right, we have here the daily. This is our new daily. Go down to that 4 hour. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness for loving support me unconditionally. Thank you, Office Blessed, Holy, and Sacred Water. Bless this holy water for my greatest highest good. May this holy water hydrate and recharge me and wake me up and fill me with a lot of love and light and kindness and the inner fire to do what I must do. Thank you. I walk with God. I get paid to exist. I'm a consistently profitable trader, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. No, that's right. That's the one day. Obviously, if we go beyond that high, where are you now? So we had a clean break at this level, another break at this level. Yeah, we still haven't even gotten here to test this level at all. So, Okay, they want to keep the price up, but we close beyond the point of control right here. Go down to the 1 hour. Oh, now I can see this. Interesting. So if I were to even go 30 minutes, 5 minutes, and 1 minute, I'm basically just trading this candle. Trading with one candle here. Literally just this one candle right here. It would be a Fibonacci. Oh my god. Is this how we did it? No. Oh man. My Fibonacci numbers. Ugh. Yeah, well, if you were to have done that, that would have been the official move right there. Right, and then you could have been out. Hmm. Yeah, that's a different level of trader right there. All right, let's see here. Oh. Oh. Ha. All right, this is the homework. All right, let's check out the homework here. Homework, 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 homework. hear the most appropriate instructions for your AI configuration page, such that whenever I ask you to summarize a transcript from a video, you use the prompt that I have linked as the mention period. Hmm. Hmm. How the fuck do I get that? How do I get that? The fuck? Oh, all right. What am I doing here? Settings, appearance, watermark. Shit. Come on. Mm. Ah, there we go. Okay, we had a weak volume here. We had more volume, pushing it up. Major time frame trend, high, low. Took that out. All right. That's going to have to do it for right now. Come on. I'm waiting. I didn't get the reach. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Oh. Why I have so many views? Why do I have so many people watching right now? That's unusual. All right, last one here. Trading charts, trading charts. Hmm. Rehab rejection is not enough though. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, unless you're saying like super long legged. Like right there. Shit, how did I do this on the other one? Oh, man. Damn, how do I do this again? Ay, ay, ay. All right, well, that's going to be it for right now. Oh. All right, let's focus here. All right, thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support me unconditionally. I call on Master Ganesha, the remover of obstacles, to remove all friction from our day. May every heart and mind across the universe be filled with a lot of ease and grace and flow. And so it is. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha. Oh, right. I gotta do that. Okay. All right. My intention for the Shanti mantra is to anchor in peace. I choose a lot of peace. I choose lots and lots and lots of peace. And so it is. Thank you. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu. Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Shantir Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, 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 Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Savasham Swastir Bhavatu, Savasham Shantir Bhavatu, Savasham Purnam Bhavatu, Savasham Mangalam Bhavatu, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. All right, let's get this workout in. Let's get this workout in. Let's do this workout today. Man, that's so weird. Like, why am I getting so many views all of a sudden to this live stream? That's like never happened before. But then again, maybe it's just because I'm like posting more or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, I got that idea as well. Right. Right, let's see that buffer website. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Right. Right after tomorrow. 0, 8, and 16. 0, 8, and 16. 8, 16, and 0. All right, let's do that work. Start a calisthenics workout. Let's warm it up and let's go 10 of these. Oh. 1, 2. Yeah, Regis is coming, and I feel this like, holy shit, this kid is coming energy. Like, oh man, is it going to be like a lot of madness here, you know? I don't know. I really do not know. I'm looking forward to having a son. I'm totally looking forward to having a son. And most importantly, I'm like looking forward to being a father to my kids and watching them grow up and just loving them. Just honestly loving them. It's been a big thing for me because I didn't have a father growing up. That's 10. Because I didn't have a father growing up, I want to make sure that my kids know, hey, they have a father, their father loves them, etc. That's very, very important to me. And just being loving kindness. A lot of loving kindness. And this is also why I'm doing all the work that I'm doing now, because I really am trying to build out a system. Let's go 10 dive bomber push-ups. I'm really trying to build out a system where I could be just doing the work that I have to do, and then that's it. And I just let it go. I leave everything alone, and I spend time with my family, with my loved ones. That's very important to me. The people that I'm related to by blood, that I'm supposed to call family, I don't feel that family connection. I don't know, like we're like really worlds apart in many regards. I grew up in an environment where there was not a lot of love. And I get it, you know, like they probably went through some shit in Brooklyn where they probably really closed off their hearts. I get that. And that's why for me, I need to make sure we're in an environment where we feel safe to be like, you know, the greatest expression of love and peace possible. I think that is incredibly necessary in this timeline that we're in right now. Let's go, last 2. And I want my kids to be much better than me. I want them to have a much better upbringing. I want to make sure that I, as a father, as a man, as a human being, I have provided them with everything that they need. You know, just beyond food, shelter, water. I want them to, you know, really figure out what they're here to do. And to do that, to fulfill their purpose, their dharma, unapologetically, that stuff matters to me. It does. And so the fact that now I have a son, he's coming soon, probably in the next like 2 or 3 weeks. I'm looking forward to that. That's the thing. I knew Regis was coming. Because this is what Iboga told me. Iboga told me in 2024 I would have this kid coming. We had Soraya first, so I don't know if she like jumped the line or whatever, but I knew Regis would come since 2024. All right, let's go 10 of these guys. I knew it. Because Iboga showed me. Iboga showed me. Or maybe that was Soraya. But I knew Regis was coming. Somehow I knew. I saw my Iboga ceremony. Like towards the end of the ceremony that I had in 2024. Like sometime in the fall. I saw a star dropping down, falling from the universe, falling from the heavens into the crown of my head and into my balls. I saw that. And then I told Emma one day when we were getting intimate, that, hey, you know, we have kids. I'll do my best to take care of them. I'll do my best. Last one. And then sure enough, in December 2024, I saw, we found out we were gonna have a baby. It wasn't Regis, it was Soraya. Sweet Soraya. She's so sweet. It's so great to actually have a daughter. And I feel so lucky to have kids, to have a family now. Like, just almost 10 years ago, I was all by myself. Constantly working, not happy, thinking to myself, like, what's wrong with me? Why can't I have, you know, the more success, you know? But now I have these kids and I feel so rich. I have this family and I feel like I have a whole different level of richness. Don't get me wrong, I still want to be financially, you know, well, and that's why I do trading. But yeah, overall, I feel like, feel very fortunate to live the life that I live, to have these kids and to just do my best for them, you know? That's the gold. That's real gold. All right. Let's go 10. This entire time is teaching me to be a very loving father, a loving human being, and to be really kind. Oh, that burns. That burns the shoulders. By the beard of Zeus. Oh, that burns. Oh my God. At 37 years old, I feel like this is just my priority. Be a loving and present father. Be a loving and present and peaceful human being. Broadcast that out to the world. That's my whole objective. And today, I know that I got to do the filming for these long forms, and I got to wrap up this brand operating system thing. I cannot continue on like this. I gotta finish this cycle up, this deep work cycle. It's been already like almost 2-3 months now. It's too long. A deep work cycle should only be 3 weeks, and I've just been optimizing and optimizing and optimizing. Can't do that. Just have to go. Just have to go and just do it now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the long form videos that I've made in the past and just find ways to remix like shorts and then have like a little, I already have like a system, the brand operating system, but I'm going to now really figure out like a weekly cadence where on Monday this releases, on Tuesday this releases, on Thursday this style releases. So it's more multi-dimensional as opposed to just like one specific way. I like doing the skits, they're fun. So I'll do that. So one day will be for like skits. Another day will be for this. Another day will be for that. Another day will be for that. So, because I'm not going to be recording every single day after a while. At some point, I know that the live stream, 1,000 live streams, that's my goal. And I'm already at 180 something. So I'm only like 18% of the way. All right, come on. 10 of these. I'm only like 18% of the way. So I want to make sure I have a system in place so that should I just like disappear for a while after the 1,000 live streams, which I probably intend to, because I probably will be doing a lot of dark retreats and just taking time to watch my kids grow up. That system should help me have a very easy to repeat format for creating content. Iboga showed me this kid being born. That star, I will always remember that Iboga ceremony in particular. I've had multiple Iboga ceremonies and multiple ayahuasca, mushroom, San Pedro, peyote ceremonies, but I always will remember that one. That one about that star coming from the sky into the crown of my head, into my root chakra. And then sure enough, we had a kid. In December 2024, we knew that Emma was pregnant and it was Soraya, but I knew Regis would come. And in August of 2025, I took Iboga and I also had an LSD ceremony a few weeks afterwards. I shouldn't have done that one. But what I saw was either a boy or a girl, but like they were like you couldn't tell what their gender was. And they were wearing this crystal shaman Ke'ero hat. It was absolutely beautiful. And I saw that like in the ceremony. And then a few weeks later, we found out Emma was pregnant. And then eventually we found out it was Regis. So I knew Regis would come. And I feel like the psychedelics, I don't know, like the souls are coming through, and maybe we're at the vibrational frequency of having these souls come through to, because maybe they're like the new generation for the new earth or something. I don't know. Let's go. 10 of these. 2, 3. But I always remember that though. Very special. And I'm just waiting now for the kid to come. I've been feeling massively tired. I know Emma has also been feeling tired too. We've both been feeling very sleepy. So I don't know, maybe it's like rest. Like there's a energy of like, okay, we need to rest and prepare for this kid to come or something like this. I don't know. I do not know. But I'm looking forward to being a dad. And if my kids see this in the future, this is primarily what I'm leaving this up for. a time capsule so that way they see, oh, you know, I want them to know that their dad really loved them. That's my thing. Because, hey, you know what? I may not make it. I may not make it with YouTube. I may not be famous. I may not, be successful. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I just want my kids to see, hey, man, look, I did the best I could. Please know I did the best that I could every single day. I love you so much. And that's it. I don't have a whole bunch of subscribers. I haven't monetized the thing yet. I just had to spend the last 5-6 months recovering from PTSI because they took our daughter because we said no to a non-life-saving surgery that we were told we had the legal right to. So I was dealing with that. I recovered because of Iboga, thank God. But, hey, maybe it's too soon to tell. But in the event that I don't necessarily make it, then, hey, I want them to know I love them, and I did my best. I just did my best. I did my best. I showed up. Was I perfect? No. Was I perfect? No, not at all. I was supposed to be waking up at 4 ever since the daylight savings time ended and the day started getting longer. My sleep schedule has been inconsistent. Sometimes I wake up at 4 for a few days and then I just get really tired, and then 7 a.m. and I'm trying. Doing the best I can. All right, let's go. 2. 20. 30. 40. 50. 60. 70. 80. 90. 100. 100. Love is very important. Love is incredibly, incredibly important. Loving kindness. Loving kindness. In 2017, I went through that spiritual awakening. Started seeing all these repeating numbers. My entire old life just fell away. It just completely fell away. In 2018, I went to Peru to take ayahuasca because I wanted answers, because I felt really alone at that time. And I thought I was going crazy. I really legit thought I was going crazy. And then I took ayahuasca, and then I realized, oh, nope, I'm not so crazy after all. There's magic. There's magic in life. It's the systems. The systems make you believe. The educational system, every other fucking system makes you believe that there's no such thing as magic, but there is. There really, really is. And I even thought that. I thought there was no such thing as magic. You live, you die, you pay taxes, and that's it. But I always had in the back of my head, why did God put me here? And then I realized, yep, there is magic. Ayahuasca, she told me, share a message of love and healing. Share a message of love and healing. Share a message of love and healing. And ever since then, I've been taking psychedelics, going to the root of my subconscious mind, figuring myself out, figuring out why am I the way that I am. And then I realized, oh, it's not me. The me that I think I am is not me. The me that I am is the I am that I am. The me that I think I am is actually a collection of parts, ideas, beliefs, emotions that have been conditioned with, that have been imprinted onto me. So it's not the truth. 10 diamond push-ups. It's not the truth. It's not the truth of who I am. I'm much more. Everyone is. All right, we're only at 170. Jesus Christ. All right. There's so much more. There's so much more to life. There's so much more to life. And thank God my life kind of worked out this way that it did. Like I didn't have, I was trying my best to build businesses and everything like this. I never got that like breakthrough success because I probably would have been really attached to that. And for me to have let go of that when I'm having success, coming from an environment where I was poor and homeless, would have been really difficult. But thank God that it happened the way that it did, because I was really able to just let go of a lot of things. Like if all this stuff goes away, if my YouTube channel goes down, whatever. As long as I'm able to take care of my family and do my thing, do my purpose, serve God, I'm pretty all right with that. Would I like to have, more financial resources? Absolutely. I would love to have financial resources, pay Loveland all in cash, get our family together, get us out of here, do a thing. I would love that, 100%. But here's where I am. I'm recovering. I'm recovering from that PTSI stuff. I think I fully made that recovery, so I can't say that anymore. Recovered from that whole learned helplessness thing, and again, because of Iboga, because of these psychedelics. Yeah. And think about how intelligent the Earth is, though, to do that for a second. How intelligent is planet Earth, or whoever created this matrix, or whatever this is, to actually have created psychedelics? Pretty intelligent. The fact that a frog, the Sonoran toad frog, or what? The Sonoran toad, the Sonoran toad, I think it's called. If you pop the little pus sacs and you smoke it, you have 5-MeO-DMT, the God molecule, sort of. I don't know what it's actually called. I don't know how that stuff works. I just know that it's a magical experience, and you're never the same after that. But who would know? How would you create something? How would you create something to actually do that? That frog carries that 5-MeO DMT. You pop it, you smoke it, and then you have a wild psychedelic experience for like 20, 30 minutes. Same thing with Iboga. Who did that? How would the planet Earth do that? How would the planet Earth do that? To where you have this root bark, you crush up, eat it, you ingest it, and then all of a sudden you have this psychedelic experience. Same thing with mushrooms. Same thing with chacruna and the ayahuasca vine to have ayahuasca. Who understood how to do that? And that's again where the whole connection to the land comes in, because the medicine is there. The medicine is there. The medicine is all around. That's the root of all healing. The root of all healing is going deep within the recesses of your mind. I had to learn that over the last 10 years, from 2017 till now. Almost 10 years. Almost 10 years I've been taking psychedelics every single year for like at least every 6 months. It's been wild. It's been a wild journey. It's been a wild journey. All right, 100 kettlebell swings. 30. 1, 2. $50. $60. $70. $80. Come on. $90. 2. $100. Oh my God. Okay. We're almost there. 270. 270. 30 reps. 30 reps left. 30 reps left. 30 reps. 30 reps. 30 reps. 30 dirty. Dirty 30. 30 30. 30 30. Truth be told, I'm going to start tapping a little bit so I can release this. I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit concerned. Not for my kids. I think they're going to be really, really special and different. I fucking hope so. I really hope they're better than me in every way. Like, I've seen myself as a loser. I've judged myself. I've hated myself. It's been a long fucking journey to accept myself, to have love for myself, to be compassionate to myself. It's been an awfully long journey. 37 years old. I feel like I'm finally at that place where I'm just like, okay, I accept it. I surrender, universe. That's it. This is who I am. If this is who I'm going to be, then fuck it. I'm going to be unapologetically me. That's it. But I'm worried. I'm a little bit worried and concerned if I can, financially provide the best for these kids. That's my only issue. That's my only fucking thing. My only thing. But God, please help me unfuck this part of my life. Really. Like, I was homeless at 12 years old, not having food to eat and all this stuff. And, man, this thing, it's like the hardest thing to fucking shake sometimes, It is truly like the hardest fucking thing to shake. But I choose to let it go. I choose to let it go. I choose to just be at peace with, hey, man, somehow, some way, I found a way. Somehow, some way, there are people that have come into my life that have helped me when I was in a time of need. And I just got to somehow just surrender and have faith in God that, hey, man, sometimes you have a certain plan, but God is orchestrating something else. And that's it. That's it. What can I do? What can I do? All right, let's go 10 of these. Kettlebell front squats, motherfucker. That's heavy. Fudge. Ma. 5. 6. Oh my God. 'Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Damn. Years ago, that would have been so easy. Years ago, that would have been so easy. Oh, God. Oh, my God. All right. We got 10. We got 20 burpees. 20 reps left to finish this workout. Yep. Oh. And I'm trying, like for a few months I couldn't get on the charts. I couldn't see the charts. I couldn't look at a candlestick print. Now I'm back. I'm back on TradingView. I'm looking at volume again. I'm looking at candlesticks. I'm looking at my levels again. There was a position trade that I took back in 2023. It hit its take profit. I only took out 50% though. But it just affirms to me, okay, I'm on the right track. Consistently profitable, I have to really define what that is. Not every day I expect to win a trade. I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that. I just need to think one trade at a time. That's it. Just like one video at a time. Show up. Do the work. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3, last 20. Here we go. That's all it is. every day, showing up, doing the work with love in my heart every single day. Every single day, I'm going to show up. I'm going to do the work with love in my heart. Lots of love. That's it. What was that? Mother Mary? What did Mother Mary say? She said, if you can't do great things, do little things with great love. That's where I am. Am I going to create the next big social media platform? I don't think so. And I have no interest in that. I want to help people with their purpose, sure. But hey, if it's not even meant for me to invest in people's purpose in the new earth, then I might as well just do the little things with great love. Speak from a good inner state. Do my workout from a good inner state. Take care of my kids from a good inner state. Love them, love them, love them. That's it. And just surrender. That's it. Just surrender. Now, will I eventually figure out trading and get back to a level where I was before? Where I'm comfortable taking trades again? I'm generating income? Yes, I will get there. I will get there. For right now, it's just me building the muscles again. Building the muscles that have atrophied. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, God, man. I think that's 10. I got 10 left. Oh, my God. Come on. Wake up. Wake it up. Let's go. I love myself. I speak kindly to myself. It doesn't matter who watches, who doesn't watch. It doesn't matter. I'm doing all this to be of service, to regulate my nervous system. Let's go, that's 13. Regulate the nervous system. That's it. That's all we're doing. We're getting used to the altitude. That's it. That's it. That's it. It burns. It burns. Look at the color difference. Little scrawny legs. But hey, I love my scrawny legs. I gotta love everything, right? Gotta love everything, head to toe. Gotta love it. I love you, body. Thank you, body. Thank you for being so strong. Thank you, legs, for getting bigger. 16. 17. 18. And 19. God, Jesus. Odin's revenge. That was tiring. That was tiring. Oh my God. Okay, here's the receipt. 300 reps. 300 reps. Oh, ow. 300 reps. Let's get into state now. Let's get into state because why not? Because why not? We have work to do. Because why not? Because why not? Because I can. Because I am. I am that I am. Let's get the work in. Yes. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I believe in myself. Yes, I can. 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 Let's go. Clap it up for yourself. Yeah! Kamehameha, baby. Moving into that new earth timeline. Kamehameha, baby. Hee hee hee. Ow, shaman, baby. Oh, let's go. Yes, I can. 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 I believe. I believe. I believe.
Last one. Last one. Last one. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it in your bones. Feel it. Feel it. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Yes, I can. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Clap it up. Clap it up. Clap it up for yourself. Let's go. Clap it up. Clap it up. Clap it up. Let's get in the work in. We're getting the work in. We're getting the work in. Every day. Every day we're doing it. We're doing it. We are it. We are doing it. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. Thank you, Great White Brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support me unconditionally. Thank you, God, for this blessed, holy, and sacred day. Jesus, in your name I pray for a peaceful day for every heart and mind across the universe. I pray for a peaceful day for every soul. May there be peace. May there be great peace. May there be great joy. May there be great love. Send all the blessings, miracles, and gifts to those who need it the most. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Done. That's it. We just did the receipt. We just did our receipt for today. That's all it was. That's all it was. We just did our receipt for today. And that's it. Putting in that work every single day. Oh my God, man. Oh man, come on. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Where are we here? Where are we here? Come on. Let's go to the finder. Let's do the work. Let's do the work. Let's do the work. Let's do the work. Come on. Come on, baby. Ow. Come on, baby. Ow. Here we go. Put it up, put it up. Take the shot, take the shot. Yeah. Should probably be under the category of like everyday life. Right. That's fair enough. All right, cool. Now, let's take that break. All right. So that was a lot of filming. I just got done with a lot of filming right now. That's what I was up to. Oh, man. All right. Let's finish this up here. All right. Let's see. What we got. Oh, well, we know that it's going to take that out at some point. Oh, that's even better. Even better for me. Well, less work to do in the future. Okay, cool. Next. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yes, we already know that. May 19th. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. So now we're filming the rest of the stuff right now. Right. So we have to pull up the script on the prompter. So we have to go to the "You are made of parts." Nope. Mm. Please do me a favor and please do me a favor and look at this database and all of its contents and just create a database description for this from the prompt that you have in your config page that we can just copy and paste over here. Okay, so right, let's publish, record a roll for
Oh, that's cool. I think I like that better. Oh, that's nice. Nice. Right, I can just copy the block. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to copy the block. Go to Elgato. Elgato. Okay. Okay. So we're going to copy that script, which we just did. And now we're going to also copy the outline. Yes, that is what I must do. I must finish the batch, run idea strength tank, execute section A. Yes. Okay. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to do the first batch. Okay, the first batch of 3. We're going to have to do the first batch of 3 now. And then from here, the next step after that is going to be to just produce it as simply as possible. I'm not going to waste too much time doing all that stuff, you know? I don't see the point in doing all that work. So let's see if we can put like this here or something like this. Right, we got to put the foot pedal and everything like that. Right. Long form. Okay. Let's go back to the long form. Right, I can easily just do that. Okay, that's pretty good. We got picture in picture right over here. Right, so that's pretty good. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 No. So the foot pedal is going to switch between scenes. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. Should be good enough. Good enough. All right. Right. Let's take the smoothie, hot pay. Let's get ready, settled in, and focused, and let's do the work now. Do the next step of the work. Let's take that break. Go. So now we're going to put up the prompter. And then we're going to put up the foot pedal, long form. All right, cool. All right, cool. Oh, shit. Whatever. All right. Right. Okay, so now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to finish up the "You Are Made Up of Parts." I'm going to record that. Right. Please generate a black and white image of someone, a human body in the anatomical position. And I want you to clearly list the acupuncture points, EFT tapping points as follows: colon, karate chop point, top of the head, comma, top of head, comma, third eye, comma, inner eye, comma, outer eye, comma, under eye, comma, upper lip, comma, lower lip, comma, collarbone, comma, rib, comma, thumb, comma, pinky finger, comma, middle finger, comma, ring finger, comma, pinky finger. And I need you to list basically underneath each point what the purpose of those points are. Okay. All right, next. So we're going to finish recording the A roll here. I'm going to make this real simple on ourselves, so it's super easy here. Okay, start recording. Okay, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so that brings us Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Section 2. And so that now brings us to point, right? And so that now brings us to point 2, which is why this matters for your purpose. You see, this matters because if you do not understand your parts, you may confuse your parts protecting you with your actual truth. A part of you might say, don't post that. And you may think, I guess I'm not ready. A part may say, go scroll. And you may think, I have no discipline. A part may say, stay quiet. And you may think, this is just who I am. But that may not be your truth. That may be a part of you trying to protect you. And if you build your life from a protective part, your future will be shaped by your past. This is why purpose work has to include parts work, my opinion only, because the part running your life may not be the part that knows your purpose. You may know you're here for something deeper, but you may know you're here for something deeper, and you may also know that you're here to create, serve, heal, speak, build, or help people. But if another part of you is scared of being seen, scared of failing, scared of being judged, or scared of what your purpose will require from you, that part can keep contradicting you from actually executing on your purpose. So before you clear the block, you have to understand the part that is carrying the block. Okay, that's very, very important, because the part blocking your purpose may not be your enemy. It may be the part that thinks it is keeping you safe. And to illustrate that point, here's what I mean. Want to rule the world. Let's go to that screen. So this brings me now to this point right here, which is what part. So now that brings me to this important. So now that brings us to this important point, which is which part of you is running your life. The question should never be only, the question should never only be, what do I want? The deeper question is, which part of me wants this? So to illustrate this for a moment, this is you, okay? These are your parts. And your parts, they all have their own inner voice. They all have their own life experiences. And you basically created them at a time where, let's say, for example, I was aware that I had created a scarcity part when I was homeless, just as an example. And that part was trying to keep me contained in that scarcity because that was what it knew. That is what it was comfortable with. So probably from that time in my life, I created other parts that I had to become aware of. And for you, your parts could be speaking to you and they could be telling you something that is in direct contradiction with your purpose part. Let's put this over here, actually. It could be in direct contradiction with what's called your purpose part, just as a hypothetical, okay? And there's your purpose part that wants the best for you, but then there's these other parts that don't. So the deeper question is, which part of me wants this? Which part of me actually wants to fulfill my purpose? Which part of you is making the decision to avoid, hide, scroll, numb, procrastinate, or overthink? Is it your purpose part? Likely not. Or is it your scared part? Is it your shy part? Is it your shame part? Or is it your wounded part? Or your perfectionist part? Or your self-sabotaging part? Most people think they are making choices, but a lot of the time, a part of them is making the choice for them, okay? So if we take this example as well from like a shy part, let's say we have a shy part, okay? And let's say your purpose part wants to create content, right? Let's say your purpose part knows it has a purpose to be seen and heard. Okay. But the shy part has a stronger emotional charge and a set of beliefs attached to it. Those parts, that shy part, would then be in direct conflict with your purpose part. So every time you think about posting a piece of content or doing anything that's related to your purpose, doesn't have to be posting content or whatever, anything related to your purpose. If that part, that shy part, is not in alignment, if you haven't cleared that part, if you're not aware of that shy part, if you're not aware of how you're feeling when you're creating something or when you get discouraged, that's going to be in direct conflict with the purpose part. Okay. So most people are thinking that they're making the choices that they're making, but they're not fully aware which part is making that choice. You get what I'm saying? And when a part takes over, it can feel like you. It can feel like, oh, this is just who I am, but that's not the truth. It can feel like it's your personality, and it can feel like this is who you authentically believe yourself to be. And you may even be thinking like, yeah, this is just who I am, but it may just be a part that is active at the time. It may just be that there's a part that was, woken up or triggered whenever it comes time to you actually doing the work, which is why you may say, oh, I'm not ready yet, or I need to do more research on the thing. That's probably a procrastinating part designed to help you and to keep you safe, because you probably subconsciously know already that, oh, if I post content on the internet, I may get trolled or I may get hateful comments, and I don't know if I'm actually regulated enough or I feel safe enough to do that. So these are all of the parts that can come up and bring conflict with your purpose part and helping you actually execute on your purpose. So that's why the real work is learning how to tell the difference between your purpose part and any other part that is not in direct alignment with your greatest and highest good. And once you can tell the difference, you can stop letting the wrong part lead your life. And that brings us to the next point. Okay. Which brings me to the next point. Why it feels like you, but it really is just a part. Which brings me to the next point, which is why it feels like it's you, but it's really just a part. You see, when a part takes over, it doesn't always feel separate from you. It may feel like your whole identity. The shy part says, I'm just shy. The avoidant part says, I just don't feel like doing it. The perfectionist part says, I'm just not ready yet. The scared part says, this is dangerous. The angry part says, I need to protect myself. Maybe your numb part says, I don't feel, or I don't want to feel this. I don't want to feel these feelings and these emotions. But what if that is not your whole self speaking? What if that is a part of you that learned to survive by hiding, delaying, controlling, numbing, attacking, escaping, avoiding, etc.? That's why you may feel like you're losing your mind sometimes. Different parts of you want different things, and you think all of them are you. But the relieving part is realizing this is not all of me. This is only a part of me. And if it is a part of me, I can relate to it instead of becoming it. So the key here is to identify that it's just a voice. It's just a part of you that you created at some point in your life designed to protect you, because maybe there was an experience where you felt wounded, or you were you didn't receive what you needed in that moment. And so you told yourself something in your head to protect you. I don't know if that makes sense. But either which way, if it's a part of you, what you would do is you would listen to it instead of letting it run your whole life. So it's really about becoming very aware of the voices in your head, not necessarily giving into them, but listening to them, actually taking the time to actually listen and say, okay, well, what's up? What's up part? Why are you like doing this? Like, what are you trying to say here? Okay. And if you listen, if you actually take the time to sit with your part will talk to you. It will tell you what you need. or it will tell you what it needs. And basically, you want to make sure that you understand it instead of assuming it's like your actual truth. So we have our purpose part, as I mentioned before, and then we have our other parts, like our protective parts. There is one part that I want to highlight in this video, and that is your purpose part. Your purpose part is the part of you that believes you have a special purpose in life. It is the part of you that knows you are here for something bigger. It wants to serve, create, speak, help, heal, build, teach, express, and become who you really are. And it is the part of you that wants to be seen, heard, and be of greatest service. But then you also have protector parts, as I mentioned before. And that protector part may not want to be seen. That protector part may even say things like, hey, don't post until it's just right, until it's just perfect. And a protector part may also say, hey, don't create it like this. Don't do it like this. Don't do that. Don't say that. Okay? Because it's always just trying to keep you safe. Protector parts may also, be very judgmental. And they may just say, hey, just stay where you are, just settle, don't rock the boat, don't piss people off or whatever. Whereas your purpose part wants expansion. Your purpose part wants to fulfill your dharma. It wants to help you. But your protective parts may still believe expansion and executing on your purpose is unsafe. Your purpose part wants truth, but your protective parts may want control. Your purpose part may want service, but your protective parts may want comfort. Okay? And they're going to do everything they can in their power to stop you from actually seeking out and fulfilling your purpose. So when you feel blocked, it may not mean you do not have a purpose. It may mean that there's another part of you that doesn't feel safe letting your purpose lead. Okay? And that brings us to point number 6. Your block is usually an obsolete protector. The part of you that's blocking your purpose is usually not trying to destroy you. It is usually trying to protect you. The issue is that it may be protecting you from a danger that is not happening anymore. That is what makes it obsolete. So to illustrate that point, actually, you know what? Let's leave that up there. Using the example from before, let's say we had a shy part, okay? That shy part you created when you were 6 years old. Something happened. Maybe you were at a school play and someone said something to you that may have made you feel embarrassed or something like this. And someone may have also been nicer to you or something when you were, I don't know, behaving in a shy way. So you probably could have created this part, right? So there's a part of you that's split off from your wholeness. And what that does over time is, let's assume now that you're, let's say, in your 20s or your 30s, right? Let's assume that you're in your 20s or 30s. Now, when it comes time for you to actually do your purpose, right? This is your purpose part. When it comes time to actually do your purpose, what's going to happen is that shy part is going to conflict, right? So it's going to be like running up against a wall of some sort, right? So imagine this is like a brick wall, okay? Mind my drawing, right? Picasso over here. So it's like over here, this is your purpose. And over here, this is your shy part. And there is that direct contradiction between the two. There is that direct obstacle and that friction. So what do we do here with this shy part? Okay. The thing about this shy part that we have to be aware of is that it's just a part. It's just a part, and it's asking for your attention. Okay. It needs attention. And it needs to be released from your subconscious mind. Probably should have got a whiteboard or something like this. Okay? It needs to be released from your subconscious mind, and it also needs to be released from your nervous system. Think about the part as like an actual person, but it's like living inside of you. You get what I'm saying? So like, imagine this is, once again, this is you, right? This is your brain here. And then this is the shy part. And then this is you. And then this is your purpose part. And when it comes time for you to actually do something for your purpose, that shy part, because obviously it looks much bigger, right? That shy part looks much bigger than this part, the purpose part. It's only because that shy part is wounded. It needs attention, okay? And the attention that it needs, the attention that this shy part needs, it needs you to actually talk to it. Okay? Now, the shy part has a set of beliefs. The shy part has a set of beliefs, and the shy part also has emotions. Okay? Which is why it can seem very much like it's you talking, but it's not you talking. So what we have to do here for this shy part is we have to basically talk to it, okay? So when we, meaning you, your actual conscious self, are aware of the shy part, you can sit it down, you can talk to it, and you can address these beliefs. Usually what will come up for these shy parts is a set of beliefs that are playing in your head or a set of memories, okay? So we have beliefs that come up sometimes, and then we have memories. And then we also have emotions. At any given point in time, a thought can come up into your head. At any given time, a memory can come up. At any given time, an emotion can come up. This is your shy part communicating. This is how the shy part communicates. This is how the parts of you communicate. And depending on how they communicate is how you're going to receive it. You may not understand that it's actually you, or you think that it's you, but it's not really you. Okay? It's not really you. With these parts, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get your attention. They need your attention. They're trying to protect you. They're trying to stop you from doing something that's out of their comfort zone. But the thing is that a majority of your parts are useless. They want to protect you, but they haven't gotten the message that like, hey, like there is no danger here, okay? There is no reason for you to be afraid and to be scared of actually pursuing your purpose. And these parts, they'll come up at different moments to throw you off course with what you're actually doing and how you're actually trying to execute your purpose. These parts may not honestly want you to live your purpose. Okay. Instead, they may want you to get distracted with like porn. They may want you to get distracted with food, content. They may want you to get distracted with anything but actually doing the work. And when we think about the I know there's a lot of content on YouTube about dopamine, okay? My argument here is that that is not the entire truth of it, okay? We need to ask ourselves, what is the part? What's the part? What's the underlying root cause of me wanting to engage in these things that I know may not be the best for me, but I'm still doing it anyway? That's the part. The part of you that you created at some point is trying to get you into porn, food, content, cigarettes, anything that is not for your greatest and highest good, like junk food or whatever, or like high dopamine based content. That part of you that you created, maybe it's an addiction part, whatever, it's trying to basically distract you because this is your lane. This is basically like your thermometer, right? So if we think about like an actual temperature thermometer or whatever, right? And we have like, you know, a level right here. Like this is, let's say this is your level. This is your comfort zone right here. Oh shit. That looked kind of like a penis. But let's say that this is like your thermometer right here. Okay. What's going to happen is that once you go beyond this level right here, okay, this could be when that part of you comes in and then says, nope, we got to bring you right back down here because otherwise it's not safe. Okay. And I think the whole thing about these parts is that it comes back down to safety. Okay. And once you understand that, you'll understand that a lot of your habits are based on your parts. So there's even like a peak performance part of you. And this is the stuff that I've had to learn about myself. I had many different parts, and each part could have infinite numbers of thoughts or beliefs. So what I had to do was I had to think about and like really like look at myself and look at my head, right? So my process and how I did things was I basically had a spreadsheet, okay? I had a spreadsheet on Google Sheets, and basically what I did was I wrote down the thought or the belief. I'm not this. And usually that's what the part will say. I'm not, or I am. And you'll believe that as part of your identity. The more you believe that as part of your identity, the more that you're strengthening the part, okay? The more that you're strengthening the part. So every single time that you think a thought and you repeat it over and over again and you feel that, right? You're just entraining that part of you to get stronger, okay? So if let's say, and I'm meeting a lot more people now that this is basically their thing, right? And when I tell them, oh, do you have a personal brand? Or, oh, are you creating content? They're saying, oh, I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for this. Okay? It's not them that's waiting for the thing. It's not them. It's their part, giving them that as a reason to not do the thing. It's the part of them that they created to procrastinate, to delay what's happening. Because here's the thing. You have a smartphone, right? Most people have a smartphone. If you're watching this right now, you probably have some sort of an electronic device that allows you to see me, right? And most importantly, that device has a camera on it, does it not? There is nothing stopping you from actually doing this yourself. There's nothing stopping you. There's no one stopping you from creating a piece of content. I understand YouTube community guidelines and all that stuff. I understand all that. But there's no one stopping you from doing any of this, okay? No one. So why aren't you doing it? You're not doing it because, again, there is this part that you created at some point in your life that is trying to keep you safe. Maybe it's a rejection part as well. You know, there could be the shy part. There could be the rejection part. It can be any of these parts. You have to identify these parts. It's something I cannot do for you. Only you can do for yourself, because a part of that is, a part of this work requires a lot of self-awareness. You have to be really self-aware. So that rejection that you may be feeling is a part of you that was wounded from earlier in your childhood, as I understand it. And this part is feeling that rejection and wants to be liked. It wants to be loved. And so it's rejecting actually posting content. It's rejecting living your purpose, right? It's rejecting doing whatever it is for your purpose that you need to be doing, that you know you should be doing, but you're finding reasons and excuses to not actually do the work. Okay. I've noticed this for myself. It's very, very interesting. When I think a thought in my head, it sounds like, oh, that's a good idea. Let me just wait for this moment. But that's not the truth. That's not the truth, because there is never the right moment. The only right moment is now. The only right moment is now. And in order for you to actually overcome and bypass that is to integrate these parts. Okay. Is to understand, become aware of these parts, integrate them, and then proceed from a regulated state, which we'll talk about in another video, but this will be a lot for right now. So the work is to meet that need of that part in a way that supports your purpose instead of blocking it and then integrating it, okay? So how do you identify which part is in control? When you feel blocked, pause and ask, what part of me is in control right now? What does this part want? What is this part afraid of? What is this part trying to protect me from? How old does this part feel? When did I first learn to feel this way? Is this part moving me toward purpose and peace, me actually fulfilling my dharma? Or is this part pulling me away and taking me down this maze? Then ask yourself, what does this part need from me so it can relax? And this is how you stop identifying with that part and you start relating to it. It has its own needs. It needs to be loved. It needs to be coddled. It needs to be feeling like it's safe. So when you do that, you start going from I am lazy, right? You stop identifying from I am lazy to a part of me is afraid. You go from I am broken to a part of me needs attention. You go from I am sabotaging myself to a part of me is trying to protect me with an outdated strategy. And that shift matters because once you can identify the part, you can finally work with it. You cannot help a part that you keep pretending is just laziness. You cannot understand a part that you keep attacking. And you cannot let your purpose part lead if you do not know which part has been leading instead. And that brings us to point 11, which is why you need to identify the part before clearing the block. So before you clear the block, which is the part has a set of beliefs. It has an emotion, it has a memory, it has an experience that it's trapped in the past. You need to free that part. You need to know what part is carrying that emotion or that memory or that feeling where it's trapped. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you may try to clear that procrastination when the real part is fear. So really having the ability to identify the part is going to be absolutely crucial. And that's why parts awareness matters before any deeper inner work happens. In my case, EFT, emotional freedom technique, is one of the tools I use every single day to work with emotional charges. But EFT is not the point of this video. EFT is not even the bigger picture of this. The point is that once you identify the part, you can give attention to the part, hear it out, decrease the charge, and help it return to peace. The tool isn't just EFT. You can use any tool, okay? I happen to just use it as my everyday tool that works for me, along with psychedelics. The awareness, though, is the first step, okay? Once you know that part, once you know what is that part of you that is contradicting you from actually living your purpose, the work becomes much more precise because you're no longer trying to clear a random block. You're helping a specific part release what it has been carrying. And that's what makes the work so effective when you know how to do this stuff. And you're not just trying to fix a symptom. It's not just like a dopamine thing. No, you're going to actually underneath the issue here. We're actually figuring out, okay, what is this part of me that is actually creating this havoc or this chaos in my life? And because you're listening to that part underneath the symptom, you're actually able to clear any of those blockages. So how do you give the part what it needs? Once you identify the part, you don't attack it. You have to listen to it. You ask what it wants. Ask what it is protecting you from. Ask what it is afraid would happen if it stopped doing its job. A scared part may need safety. A shame part may need, compassion. A perfectionist part may need permission to be imperfect. The goal is to give the part the attention it has been trying to get through the block. Sometimes the part doesn't need you to fix it immediately. Sometimes it just needs you to finally stop ignoring it. And sometimes it just needs to be heard before it can be let go and just like rest in peace. At least it's been the case from my experiences. And sometimes the part just keeps coming up because it is not trying to ruin your life. It's trying to finally be witnessed. And when that happens, the part can begin to soften. It can begin to trust you, and it can begin to stop trying to protect you, and it takes more of a back seat. And then eventually I found that it just like goes away. Like I had before an abandonment part, and I don't feel that anymore. Like I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine to be by myself, and I feel like that part of me has been cleared. So you may be having these parts. They may be with you for a while, and they may be sabotaging your relationships, your finances. They may be sabotaging you from fulfilling your purpose, but you have to really pay attention to it, okay? It needs you to trust it. It needs you to witness it, pay attention to it, hear what it has to say, basically. So just imagine yourself as like a series of friends. Your parts are like a series of friends, no matter how fucked up they are, and they're just trying to like talk to you about their problems, basically. And once the parts trust you, they don't fight so hard to control your life anymore. They just kind of just like fall off, okay? And that brings me to the next point here. And that is that the goal is to transform the part. It's not to kill it, okay? The goal is not to destroy the part. It's not to violently remove it. The goal is not to even shame it into silence. The goal is to release the part from the burden, the role, and the emotional charge it has been carrying, okay? For example, a perfectionist part can transform into devotion to excellence. And a shy part can transform into discernment. A scared part can transform into wisdom. A sensitive part can transform into compassion. And a self-sabotaging part, which I've been notorious for in the past, can transform into a protector that no longer needs to sabotage. And it's all about letting go of that part very peacefully. You're not trying to kill the part. You are helping the part come out of the old role. You're helping to release the part from its burden or its responsibility or its job. That part does not have to keep running your life once it trusts that you're listening. It can return to peace. And when that happens, your purpose part has more room to lead. The part that once blocked your purpose can become part of the system that supports it. And so now that brings me to the next point, which is you want to build your habits from the purpose part. Once the protective parts start to relax, the next step is not just to feel better. The next step is to build habits from your purpose part. So your purpose part may need you to write. It may need you to post. It may need you to speak. It may need you to be creative, build an offer, serve people, create consistently, learn, practice, and stop choosing comfort over your calling. But these habits have to come from the purpose part, not from shame, not from like feeling lazy. If you build the habits from shame, they do become punishment, okay? What I mean by that is if you are being so hard on yourself and you're saying, I have to do this because otherwise I'm not good enough, that's not coming from your highest purpose part, okay? That's coming from, once again, the shame part, and you're just reinforcing that part of you. So if you build your habits from fear, they're going to eventually pressure you and you might eventually collapse. This is what happened to me. This is my experiences. So if you build your habits from purpose, though, they become part of a new energy, a new vibration, a new consciousness. And from that place, you're not taking habits, you're not doing things on a day-to-day basis from a bad internal state. You're doing everything now from a very good internal state. And that's the deeper transformation. You clear the block so the right part of you can lead. Because purpose is not only something you're going to believe in, it's something that you build your habits around, okay? So it's not just enough to say, oh, I believe I have a purpose. No, it's you actually embodying your purpose, you actually executing and fulfilling your purpose. So whether that's content creation, whether that's, you're trading, you're investing into people, you're, a sound healer, you do light language, you're whatever that is, whatever your purpose is, that's the only way. It's to believe you have that purpose and to clear the blocks, to let go of the parts, to listen to them, give them the space that they need, lovingly let them go so that you, the purpose part, or your I am presence, your higher self takes over and actually executes on the habits. So purpose is something that you build your habits around. It's not just something that you do for like an inspiration thing for a certain period of time and then you're done. No, it needs structure. It needs consistency. It needs your devotion, your attention. It needs your daily choices to stop being ruled by the parts that are still being afraid of being seen. And now that brings us to the last point here. You have to let your purpose part lead again. So if you know you're meant for something, but you keep running away from it, you're not broken, okay? You're not broken. You're just made up of parts. And one of those parts may still think your old life is safer than your real one or your current life. But your purpose part is still there. It never left. It has just been buried underneath fear, shame, protection, dopamine habits, old voices that were never really yours. So the work is to identify which part is running your life, hear what it is asking for, and help it release the charge it has been carrying. Once that part feels safe enough to return to peace, your purpose part has more room to lead. And from there, you build the habits your purpose part needs in order to fulfill your purpose. If you found this video inside one of my courses or playlists, go back to the course now and continue with the next video. Now that you understand parts, the rest of the work will make a lot more sense. And if you found this video on its own, watch the next video I linked below so that you can learn how to start working with the emotional charge behind these parts. Because the part blocking your purpose is not your enemy. It's an obsolete protector part asking to be heard. Remember, you are made of parts, and the work is to get every part of you feeling safe enough to finally answer the call of your purpose. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the next one. I hope that was good. Break. Okay. That was a very long, dragged out take. Man, I got all these people watching. I got all these freaking views out of nowhere. All right, so we got that. I'm making a long form video for EFT tapping, and this is the whole thing. But it feels like there's just too much fluff, period. So I ask you to please give me a rewrite by basically cutting out the fat, basically. Let's keep it super dialed in and free of all that fat, period. You're going to keep the same bullet points. So don't rewrite anything like changing the word, but just make sure that the most essential things from each section are said correctly, period. And again, remember that the whole point of this thing is to create a piece of content that is on brand with the bigger picture here of what we're doing, period. So here's the first teleprompter script. And here's the entire template to give you an idea of the video and stuff. So read through the whole video thing and then update the script by basically just cutting out the fat and just making sure that everything is just very direct. All right, next, identify any redundant sections that should be deleted, period. If all sections are required, then just tell me and we'll just proceed from here. But otherwise, I'm ready to record. And I just need to make sure that this is super dialed in and it's about the user, not about me. And we basically give them the fastest intro to EFT that we can and how it relates to purpose and clearing emotional charges and all that stuff, and basically going over the tapping points. Okay, give me the final script then. Okay, we're going to cut the fat here. I'm going to open up this. Start a new one. And now this is just going to be just literally just me talking to the camera, basically. All right. Okay, ready? And 5, 4, 3. We are missing a very important bullet point, and that is to introduce me, period. So you need to tell them, basically me reading from the prompter. My name is Gabriel Serra. And I help purpose-driven people clear their blocks and build their purpose. Figure it out. Okay, and now remember that this thing is for purpose-driven people, period. So it shouldn't just be if you feel called to create. No, it should be that, hey, if you know you have a purpose and part of that purpose is to create, speak, etc., period. So we need to go from the purpose angle. So make sure that this script is rewritten so that it's purely the purpose angle. Which means you're just going to change up some words. Basically, we shouldn't have a complete rewrite, but it should be like, it's very clear who this is for, which is purpose-driven people. Let's go. All right, this is the EFT video. EFT video. If you know you have a purpose, but keep hiding. If you know you have a purpose, and part of that purpose is to create, speak, heal, build, or serve, but every time it is time to be seen, something inside of you freezes, hides, overthinks, or disappears, this video is for you. You may know that you're meant to build something meaningful, and you may know that you have a very special message and a purpose, and that purpose inside of you wants to be expressed. But when your purpose asks you to post, record, speak, publish, sell, build, or show up, your body reacts like something's wrong. You overthink, delay, distract yourself, you question everything. And then you wonder, why do I keep hiding if I know I have a purpose? My name is Gabriel Serra, and I help purpose-driven people clear their blocks and build their purpose. And what I want you to understand is that the issue may not be discipline. It may not even be motivation. It may be your internal state. So in this video, I'm going to give you the fastest, clear intro to EFT tapping, how it works, how to use it safely, how I use it, and why it can help you clear the emotional charge that keeps blocking you from your purpose. And that brings me to the next point, which is why purpose-driven people keep hiding. A lot of purpose-driven people think they are not showing up because they are lazy, broken, uncommitted, or not trying hard enough. But a lot of the time, the real problem is not motivation. The real problem is that your internal state, your beliefs, or a protective part of you that's inside of you, as I mentioned in a previous video, you are made of parts. It's not aligned with the action your purpose requires. It's not aligned with your purpose part. Your mind may say, I want to build my purpose, but your body may say, this does not feel safe. Your purpose may say, speak, but a protective part may say, stay quiet. Your future may require visibility, but your system, your nervous system may still associate being seen with judgment, rejection, shame, low views, comparison, perfectionism, or even failure. And that's why mindset alone often doesn't work. You are not only trying to change your thoughts, you're trying to regulate the internal state that is controlling your actions. And when your purpose activates that resistance, you're going to need a way to work with that resistance before you execute. So basically, you're going to have to alchemize it. And that brings me to EFT tapping. It's an everyday tool that I use. You may be asking yourself, what is EFT tapping? So to give you in a nutshell, EFT stands for Emotional Freedom Technique. In simple terms, EFT is a tapping practice where you bring an emotional issue to mind while tapping on acupressure style points in the body. Instead of only trying to think your way out of fear, shame, resistance, or self-doubt, or try to muscle through it, you work with the emotional charge directly. So you're not running away from how you feel. You're actually confronting it. You name what you're feeling. You name what's active. You tap through the emotional truth. You give your body a chance to process what's coming up. And then you move into a more grounded, believable, and useful state. A state that is higher vibrational that will allow you to execute on whatever it is that you're doing for your purpose. The simple way to understand it is this. EFT combines emotional focus, self-acceptance statements, and tapping to help reduce emotional intensity. But the way we use EFT here is not just about tapping points. And it is not just about saying positive affirmations. I am smart, I'm happy, I'm this, I'm that. No, that doesn't work. Here's why EFT tapping helps with fulfilling your purpose, at least for me. The missing piece most EFT videos skip is that EFT is not magic. It's not magic tapping. It's also not just a relaxation trick. The way we use EFT here, the way that I use it as a state change tool. So the way that I do it is that I work with my emotions, I work with my beliefs, I work with my parts. And when you do it in this way, it helps you work with the emotional charges or with your emotions, whatever comes up and surfaces up for you that may be prohibiting and blocking you from fulfilling your purpose. It helps you work with your protective parts. It helps you work with limiting beliefs. It helps you work with the parts of you that do not feel safe expressing your purpose, building your purpose, speaking your message, posting your work, or being seen. So when you tap, you are not just saying random words while tapping on your face. You are listening to what is actually active inside of you. What belief is active? What fear is active? What part of you is resisting your purpose? What emotional charge is stopping you from taking the action your purpose requires? That's why EFT fits inside of this whole ecosystem that I'm working on and I'm building for my personal brand. I consider this the purpose work. Because purpose is not just something you think about, purpose is something that you execute. You have to create, you have to build, you have to speak, publish, you have to make decisions. But the having to should come from a very good inner state. It should come from a place of excitement, a higher state of consciousness. You have to show up when a part of you does not feel ready. EFT isn't the whole thing. It's never going to be the whole thing, but EFT is like doing the push-ups. You're only going to build the muscle the more that you keep doing it over and over again. And EFT basically just helps to release the charge internally so that you can get to a good enough state and then proceed from taking action from that place. So it can help you get into the state where you can actually walk the path of your purpose. And that brings me to the next point, which is what EFT is not. Before we go any further, I want to be very clear about what EFT is not. EFT is not therapy. It's not medical care. It's not trauma treatment. It's not emergency support. It's not a guaranteed cure. And I'm not here to diagnose you. I'm not here to treat you. And nothing in this video is replacement for professional medical care, trauma support, emergency help. No. The way that we use EFT here, it's as a supportive tool for emotional regulation, self-awareness, belief work, and purpose-driven action. If something feels too intense, pause, stop, breathe, get support. Don't force yourself to relive anything. Don't push past what feels safe. The goal is not to overwhelm your system. The goal is to regulate your state so you can take the next aligned step towards your purpose. And that brings me to point number 6, which is the basic EFT flow. The basic EFT flow we use is simple. First, you name the issue. For example, I feel scared to express my purpose. That could be a belief, that could be a feeling, but that's the issue. That's what's coming up, right? Or it could be, I feel shame when I think about being seen, or I feel resistance when I try to create. Then you rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10. That's using the SUD scale. Then we tap through the emotional truth. We acknowledge the active belief, the active emotion, or the active part. Then we create internal safety. Then we shift into a more believable new belief. Then we re-rate the intensity. And then we take one small action. So the flow is not tap and hope something changes. The flow is awareness, regulation, belief shift, and action. Because the goal isn't only to feel calmer, the goal is to become clear enough to move you towards your purpose. Now let's talk about the emotional intensity scale from 0 to 10, the SUD scale. So before tapping, in any of the videos that you'll see, I'll usually ask you to rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10. 0 means there is no charge. 10 means it feels very intense. It's not a test. It's not a diagnosis. It's just a simple before and after marker. So if you start at an 8 and move towards a 6, that matters. If you start at a 7 and move to a 3, then that's telling us we're making progress here and we're reducing the emotional charge. And if the numbers don't move, that doesn't mean that you failed or anything is wrong with you, okay? It just means that there's probably another layer underneath whatever it is that you're feeling. And maybe the first layer was fear, then underneath that is shame, and then underneath that could be a belief like it's not safe to live my purpose. So the number helps you track what is happening inside your system. And in any single video that you'll see in this our upcoming EFT courses, I'll go through this entire process over and over and over again. So don't worry. But once you know that number, you can start tapping with more awareness. And that brings me to the next point, which is the EFT tapping points we'll use. So now I'm going to show you the tapping points I personally use. You don't need to be perfect with this. If you miss a point, keep going. That's fine. But I will have every single video a visual of me tapping, and you can keep your eyes open and tap with me. That's totally fine. So if you miss a point, or if let's say, that's the points that I use are not necessarily the traditional EFT points, that's fine. I have my own EFT points that I have discovered to be very beneficial through the different certifications that I have. So that's why I use the points that I use. But anyway, the goal is for you to tap on one side or both and just keep going, okay? And it's not about perfection here. The goal is to stay present with what is active and just keep moving through the feelings, keep moving through the beliefs, keep moving through the process until the charge has dropped, okay? The first point we start off with is the karate chop point, okay? This is the side of the hand. I usually use two hands like this, but you could go with one hand or any other hand. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. And this is usually where we say our setup statement, okay? Then we go ahead to the top of the head, then to the third eye right between the eyebrows, then the inner eye near the start of the eyebrow, which is right over here. And I'll also put up this diagram over here for you to see. Then we move to the outer eye, on the side of the eye, then under the eye, then the upper lip, then the lower lip, then we move to the collarbone, then the ribs, under the arm or the side of the body, then we move to the thumb, the index finger, the middle finger, the ring finger, the pinky finger. And sometimes we come back to the karate chop point and we repeat the original setup statement so that we can reduce any psychological charges to that original belief or thought. So in my videos, I'm going to guide you through all those points. You don't have to memorize all of this just right away. Just follow along, okay? And now let's move on to the next point, which is why we start with the truth before the positive, okay? Right now, you may have a specific truth. I'm not smart enough. I'm not capable of living my purpose. That's fine. That's your belief. That's a belief. That's part of your IFS part, okay? The tapping points are only part of the process, though. The words matter too. In my EFT videos, you're going to notice that I usually do not start with the positive affirmations right away. I don't think that that's going to work. I think what works best is to actually address the negative feelings. So I always start with the truth. If you feel terrified to be seen in your purpose and immediately say, I am confident, safe, and powerful, your body may not believe you. It may reject it. It may feel fake and phony. So instead of forcing positivity, we have to name what is actually there. That's what I found to be working the best. It's like we're just clearing the negativity. We're clearing the junk from our closet, from our subconscious mind, from our nervous system. And then from there, once we've relaxed, it's going to be much easier for us to now tap on the positive and anchor in new beliefs and anchor in a new emotional state. So even though I feel scared to express my purpose, even though a part of me wants to hide or whatever, even though I feel shame when I think about being seen, et cetera, we do not start with the negative to stay negative. We start with the truth of how we feel so that the active belief, emotional charge, or protective part feels acknowledged. Then we move into the positivity, which hopefully makes us feel safer and makes us feel more confident in being seen and heard and fulfilling our dharma. We move into that space where it's possible for us, okay? Then we incorporate a more useful belief. So when the body feels heard, when your parts, your IFS parts feel heard, the charge may start to release that was once there. Now, what can a state shift feel like? This is an important thing. During tapping, different things can happen. You're going to yawn. You can yawn, you can sigh, you can cry, burp, fart, shake, feel heat, feel tingling, feel emotional waves, calmer, tired, sleepy, nothing. It's all fine. These are all part of, somatic releases basically. And none of that automatically means something is wrong. But the most important rule is this: you're only going to continue if it feels safe. If something feels too intense, pause, take a breath, open your eyes, look around the room, drink water, stop if you need to. You do not need to force yourself to relive any trauma at all. You do not need to dig for memories. You don't need to make yourself cry. You don't need to prove anything. If you need medical, mental health, trauma, or emergency support, contact a qualified professional or local emergency services. This isn't about forcing a breakthrough. This is about building a better relationship with your internal state so your purpose has a safer place to move through and to be expressed from you, from your purpose part. Next, we move into how to use my EFT videos. So the way to use my EFT videos is simple. First, start from the beginning of my courses. Very, very simple. It's going to be helpful because I'm going to be doing this with you because, hey, look, I'm not perfect. I'm a practitioner. I practice this myself. I'm not phony, okay? And I have things that I work through as well. So always start from the beginning And let's say if there's a topic that you're struggling with, go from there. But otherwise, pick the video that matches the purpose block you're experiencing. Okay. So if there's something that's coming up for you and like, oh man, this is what I feel right now, and you're not sure where to begin, just go with the video that feels most resonant with you. But otherwise, start from the beginning of the course. If you're scared to express your purpose, pick that video, for example. If you're overthinking your next step, pick that video, for example. Okay. But otherwise, once again, try to just do everything in the exact same order. And maybe you'll find like after you do one video, the charge has gone down, but not all the way, and you still need more work. Just keep tapping on it. That's fine. You're going to rate the intensity from 0 to 10 every single time. You're going to tap honestly. You're not going to try to sound fake or spiritual or anything like this. You can use my words or you can incorporate your own words. Okay. And I would encourage you to just, use my videos or use what I'm doing as like a model and then freestyle your own words. Okay. Freestyle with your own memories, your own experiences. That's what's going to work best. And of course, because we're not doing a one-to-one stuff, it's going to be a little bit different for you because I'm going to be using perhaps like reference experiences for me. Because I've lived through these things and I tap to move through all of these emotions myself. But if you, let's say, you were at the freestyle round in future videos and I'm telling you to bring up a memory and I'm talking about my memory, just put in your own memory, okay? And then just move through there. So don't try to say anything perfect. Don't try to say it how I say it. Just be you. Just be you. Just really express how you feel, okay? Because if you are just copying me verbatim, that can be helpful sometimes, but what's more helpful is to actually feel the words. If you feel it, that's what matters the most, okay? As long as you feel it, that's what matters, okay? And then just follow along and notice what comes up. Notice what part of you is active. Notice what belief comes up. Notice what emotion comes up. Notice what your body feels. If the number is still high at the end, you can repeat the video, as I mentioned before. If something deeper comes up, that may be the next layer to work with. And after tapping, take one tiny aligned action towards your purpose. Send the message, open the document, record the clip, write the idea, post the content, build the next part of your offer. The goal is not just to feel calm. The goal is to execute and take action. So if you know you have a purpose, but you keep hiding from the actions that your purpose requires, I want you to understand this. You are not automatically lazy, broken, or uncommitted. You may be carrying emotional charges, protective patterns, or beliefs that make your purpose feel unsafe to be expressed. And that's why we use EFT inside this course, inside all of my courses. Not as therapy, not as a cure, but as a tool to help you regulate your internal state, clear any emotional resistance, and take aligned action towards your purpose. The point is not to tap forever. The point is to become clear enough to move. Regulate first, then execute. Your purpose doesn't need only insight. It needs action. It needs consistency, and it needs you to become internally safe enough to show up for it. So now that you understand what EFT is and how we use it here, your next step is to begin the course. Click on the next video, start the first EFT session, and actually participate in the work. Don't just watch this as information, use it as a practice. EFT is not here to replace your purpose. It's here to help you regulate your state so you can move towards it. And if, let's say, you have a different course that you want to take from any of my EFT courses, please go to the homepage of my YouTube channel and help yourself. And I'll see you in the next one. All right, that's good. That's pretty good. Cool. So that was already 2 videos now. That was already 2 videos. I just recorded 2 videos. Just recorded 2 videos here. Okay, now from here, what I need you to do is I need a redo on the EFT video for EFT for posting anxiety. And basically, my cohort, the people that I'm working for, or I'm creating this playlist for, is for purpose-driven people to clear their purpose, help them execute on their purpose. If you can, please read this, because this is basically the playlist along with the cohort. This is the generated output from the previous version. And what I basically need right now from you is similar to how we did it with the EFT video, where you put everything into sections. I need everything into sections, and I need it to be like 10 sections maximum. And the video should be like 15 to 20 minutes at most. So it's just me tapping, and it's EFT for posting anxiety, and everything should have the right framework. Like, we have the hook, we have being introduced in section 1. My name is Gabriel Serra, and I help purpose-driven people clear blocks and build their purpose, etc. Period. And we need to understand, like, what is the root issue or the potential root issue of the EFT anxiety, and we need to incorporate the parts, possible associated beliefs, etc., etc. So please look at the playlist first, then look at the section D generated output for this piece of content, EFT for posting anxiety, and then help me get a rewrite here where we have just the basic sections, like 10 sections, and we have the hooks, the open loops, all that stuff, and we have the payoff, very similar to how you did it with the EFT script that you just gave me right now. I need all bullet points. I need the section headers in the H3 format, section headers in H3 format, and then I need bullet points of what to say at each space. And then also we have the tapping points, which are once again the karate chop point, comma, the top of the head, comma, third eye, comma, inner eye, comma, outer eye, comma, under eye, comma, upper lip, comma, lower lip, comma, collarbone, comma, ribs, comma, thumb, comma, index finger, comma, middle finger, comma, ring finger, comma, pinky finger. Period. Make sure that this is high retention, and let's do it. And let's keep the outline that we had here from the previous one, but let's just make sure that everything is like really tight. Okay. So we have like, the introduction section, which should only be like 1 or 2 sections maximum. And then we have the EFT rounds and all that stuff, et cetera, et cetera. So basically, we're going to just take what we had from section D, generated output, and just make sure that everything is organized for teleprompter purposes, period. Well, that's pretty fast, actually. I mean, I just literally recorded 2-3 videos right now. That's pretty fast. That's pretty damn fast, I would say. I would say that's pretty damn fast. I was thinking more like this, period. Can you please audit this teleprompter script and tell me if this is good to go? All right, then please give me the updated script from here then, so that it's teleprompter ready, good to go. And don't fuck up the formatting, please. Audit the script and make sure that the SUDS emotional intensity rating has been included at the key points necessary before we EFT tap and then after each specific EFT tapping round. And also make sure that we point the viewer to the next video. So the call to action should be all the way at the end. Like, thanks for watching. Here's the next video. Click over here, basically. This is pretty fast, man. This is like way faster than ever before. This is all the work that I've been doing just like now coming out, which is great. So it feels like, yeah, it may have been slow, very slow at first, but it feels like now it's like getting to the point where it's getting really fast, which I'm very happy with. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's clean up the outro / call to action. Period. It's not a playlist. It's a course. Period. And the next video is going to be so make sure that it's very clear that we're going to segue into the next video, which is basically like you're telling them, hey, if you found this EFT session helpful, then I think you're going to find this even more helpful too, which is, and then the title of the video, basically. Period. Oh, boy. Okay. It's a pretty decent system. Break. Next one. Next one. All right. Let's do the next one. You know you have a purpose, and part of that purpose requires you to post, speak, teach, share, or be seen. But right before you hit publish, your body tightens. Redo that one. If you know you have a purpose and part of that purpose requires you to post, speak, teach, share, or be seen, but right before you hit publish, your body tightens, this EFT session is for you. You're about to hit publish, and suddenly your mind starts rewriting the caption for the 15th time. You feel a wave of, what if this is cringe? What if people judge me? What if nobody cares? What if I'm misunderstood? What if this proves I'm not ready? And if that's you, I want you to tap with me right now. We're going to calm the posting anxiety and help your body feel safe enough to share one honest thing. In this session, we're going to tap on the fear that rises right before you publish so you feel calmer, clearer, and more able to share the work you came here to share without needing perfect confidence. And by the end, you should feel more regulated and more willing to take one small publishing step. The goal is not to force yourself to post. The goal is to help your body feel safe enough to take the next aligned step towards your purpose. My name is Gabriel Serra, and I help purpose-driven people create. My name is Gabriel Serra, and I help purpose-driven people clear their blocks and build their purpose. This session is for the part of you that knows you have something meaningful to share, but still freezes when it's time to be seen. So let's work with that part. Let's actually name what's happening here. You're not lazy. You're not broken. You're not uncommitted. Right before you post, your nervous system can interpret being seen as dangerous. Judgment, rejection, misunderstanding, silence, embarrassment, even success. So your system tries to protect you by overthinking, over-editing, over-polishing, delaying, or disappearing. And because this post may be connected to your purpose, it can feel even more vulnerable. And it's not just about a post. It can feel like your voice is being judged. Your message is being judged. Your purpose is being judged. So today we're tapping on posting anxiety, specifically the moment right before publishing so your body can feel safe enough to express what you actually want to say. Before we begin, this guided EFT session is not a replacement for therapy, medical care, trauma, treatment, or emergency support. Only go as deep as feels safe. You can pause, breathe, drink water, open your eyes, look around the room, or stop at any time. And if you need medical, mental health, trauma, or emergency support, contact a qualified professional or local emergency services. Yawning, crying, sighing, shaking, burping, heat, tingling, farting, or emotional waves can happen during tapping. These can be normal forms of release, but only continue if it feels safe for you. Don't force yourself to relive anything, and don't dig for memories. Don't push past what feels safe. Stay gentle with yourself. If you're brand new to EFT tapping or you need a quick refresh on the tapping points, I linked a simple tapping points video in the description. Watch that first, then come back here and tap with me. If you already know the points, let's begin. want you to start with closing your eyes for a moment and bring the moment right before your post. Now I want you to close your eyes for a moment and bring the moment right before you post to mind. Picture yourself about to hit the publish button. Picture the post, the caption, the video, the message, or the thing you are about to share. Now say this sentence internally. If I post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. Notice what happens in your body. Notice your chest, your throat, your stomach, your jaw, your shoulders, or any other parts of your body that you just so happen to notice at this time. Now rate the intensity from 0 to 10. 0 meaning there is no charge. 10 means it feels very intense. Just remember your number, or even write that down on a piece of paper. This is your first SUDS rating. We'll check the number again after each tapping round so you can track what is shifting. Starting on the karate chop point, repeat after me. Even though right before I post, my body goes into fear and I start overthinking, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though a part of me thinks it isn't safe to be seen, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel this posting anxiety in my body, I choose to be gentle with myself as I clear it, and I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. And let's take a deep breath. Whew. Now bring that moment up. Bring the moment of you posting right before your mind once again. Say internally, if I post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. Notice that number again from 0 to 10. You don't need to force it. Just notice where it is right now. And we'll begin the first full round. Beginning with the top of the head. This posting anxiety. Moving to the third eye. Right before I publish, I freeze. Inner eye. My mind starts rewriting everything. What if this is cringe? What if I'm judged? What if I'm misunderstood? What if nobody cares? This fear of being seen, this tightness in my body, I don't feel safe to post. I feel exposed. I feel embarrassed. I feel like I have to over-polish everything. I keep delaying. This part of me is trying to keep me safe. Now let's take another deep breath in. We're going to go one layer deeper. This fear around sharing my purpose. This fear around sharing my purpose. This fear that my voice will be judged. This fear that my message won't matter. This fear that people won't understand me. This fear that I'll look stupid. This fear that I'm not ready. This fear that I'm not good enough yet. This fear that low views will mean something about me. This fear that silence low views, hateful comments means rejection, means that I suck. This fear that I'll regret posting, this fear that I'll be too much, this fear that I'll be ignored, this fear that I'll be seen. All of this pressure around posting and all the ways my body tries to protect me. Take another deep breath. Now pause and check the intensity again. Bring the original posting moment back to mind. Because here's what we're going to really work on now. If I post this, I'll be judged. I won't be safe. Notice what number you're at right now from 0 to 10. And if it's still high, and if it's still at the same number, it's because we really need to tap on that memory, that experience. But if it moved even just a little bit, notice that. And if it didn't move, completely okay. Sometimes the negative realm brings the charge up because we are finally naming what is active. So just notice the number and keep going. And here's the freestyle round. And in this round, this is where we now are going to tap on that memory, okay? So if a memory, image, body sensation, phrase, or deeper layer came up during that last round, we're going to tap on that. Again, don't force anything and don't choose the most intense memory unless that's what's coming up for you. That's okay too, okay? Otherwise, you can just stay very general and simply tap on this feeling, this image, or this part of me. So for me, this posting, this fear of posting, yeah, I notice it sometimes too for myself. And for me, I'm going to be speaking from my memories, from my experiences, but you can feel free to skip to the next one or tap with me or tap on your own thing. That's totally fine too. But here's what's coming up for me. Yeah, I remember those moments where I put my heart and soul into a piece of content. And nothing. It was like I did all this work. I remember 8 hours of editing videos on my last YouTube channel. I grew the channel. I was in a very specific niche, but I wasn't happy with what I was doing. It didn't feel authentic to me. And I also knew too, for me, I don't want to be posting YouTube videos all the time. I don't want to be on that hamster wheel. It feels like a never-ending hamster wheel. I wanted to create evergreen content and not only have it benefit the people that I was reaching for, but also for myself too. And that's why this feels much more aligned for me now. But this posting, I remember there was this one video I started posting, and when I posted it, when I hit the publish, it's like something changed. And before I started to get a lot of positive comments and everything like this on my channel, and then it got really negative. That wasn't the reason why I quit or I stopped YouTube. No, not at all. I'm not going to stop because of one comment. But it was a series of things. And I just remembered like that feeling, that intense feeling in my heart. It was like an anger. Or maybe it was anxiety. And sometimes I feel that too now when I actually go on TikTok and I do live streams. And I live stream every day on this YouTube channel. My goal is to make it to 1,000 live streams. And yeah, it's a lot for the nervous system. It's a lot, especially when like you see people coming in, coming out, and I'm really doing my best to just stay really focused and grounded and lock in on the EFT session and go through my own personal peace process. And I've noticed that. And I'm aware that that anxiety or that feeling of like resistance or like hesitating to put out a piece of content or even just post a piece of content. It's that part of me that is not just apprehensive, but it's the part of me that is, I guess, concerned as to whether or not I'll get in trouble. There you go. That's it. The trouble part of me. Notice how I'm yawning. Yeah, that feeling like I'm in trouble. Because that was a thing for me growing up. If I did something my biological mother didn't like, I'd get in trouble. And her screaming was very intense. It was very, very intense. So if I said something and she didn't like it, she did not agree with my opinion, with my thought, I was constantly shut down and I was screamed at. So I didn't like that. Or I was laughed at, either or. So it was this part of me that felt like I was in trouble. This part of me that felt like I was in trouble. Constantly in trouble. Constantly in trouble. And so when I post, if I post something that I find humorous, and I find that is not only just humorous for me, but could be potentially humorous and funny for my audience, a specific cohort, I hesitate. I overthink it. Oh, is this going to offend somebody? Is this going to piss someone off? But here's the thing that I'm realizing, it really doesn't matter. You know why? You know why it doesn't matter what other people think of me? Because one day someone is going to subscribe to my channel because they saw a piece of content and it's like, oh, they thought, oh, that's great. And they're expecting this one thing. But then when they actually see another piece of content, they may not agree with it. They might, because we live in a world where if people are just constantly judging you, they're making these constant, it's judgmental heuristics. And so 1 minute, someone's your biggest fan, and someone is like, wow, I want to hang out with you or whatever, want to, do a podcast interview. And then the next thing, they want nothing to do with you. So I realized that sharing my truth, speaking how I have to speak, good, bad, or indifferent, has to come from a non-attached space. I also know too that there are people that, maybe they are constantly thinking about what other people think of them because ultimately it leads to money, right? It leads to monetization. It leads to being liked, being validated, the dopamine hit of the likes, the comments, the subscribes. People want to be your friend. You're now somebody. You're now an influencer. And all of those things can get to your head and feed a specific part like we talked about in a previous video. But the thing is to be aware and recognize that part, to recognize that part of you that is coming up, the beliefs that it believes and the emotional charges, and then neutralizing those charges. And I can tell you at this stage of my life, at 37, I have gone through this over and over and over again, where I've had multiple YouTube channels from like 2012 or 2013. I'd get discouraged. I post, I get discouraged. And then I get, when I finally started getting people to actually watch the thing, I would get like, like, holy shit, like this is really happening. I couldn't handle it. My nervous system couldn't handle it. And you, very likely, you have a very special purpose. You need to be seen. You need to be heard. There's no other way around it. And you probably know that for yourself. You know that for whatever it is that your purpose is, it's going to require you being seen and heard at a mass level. You have to be regulated for that. And I learned that from the last channel. I was not regulated. I was not centered. I was not grounded enough to handle the thousands of subscribers that were just like they were just coming left and right, and I wasn't trying to, do that. That wasn't my intention. And it just happened. So this posting anxiety, the fear of being in trouble. Yeah, I acknowledge this is how I felt. I felt like I was in trouble. If I said my truth and someone didn't agree with it, people have the freedom to comment whatever they want to, right? They have the freedom to comment however they want to. But that doesn't mean you have to be a doormat for anyone. It does not mean you or we have to be a doormat for anyone. And this posting anxiety, what if people judge us? So what? What if people judge us? So what? What if people say, oh, you're doing it wrong? So what? Just do it. Because you have a very special purpose. And that purpose is going to help a lot of people. But you cannot help a lot of people with your purpose if you're hiding, if you're constantly overthinking it. And at this stage of my life, if I could have told my younger self that, I would have in a heartbeat. Just post just do it. Just put it out there. Get it out there. This anxiety around posting. This fear of getting into trouble. I can't live like this anymore. I cannot be afraid to go live on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter, on X, on whatever, toothfairy.com. It doesn't matter. I have to be authentic to myself. Now take a deep breath. If you feel like you need to continue tapping through your own stuff, by all means, go ahead. But for the sake of the time in this video, I'm going to cut it down now. Now take a deep breath. And let's check the intensity again. On a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the most intense, how does that feel? Bring the original posting moment back to mind. Say internally, if I post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. What number is it now from 0 to 10? Again, no pressure. We're just tracking what your system is doing. And now let's shift the relationship with this fear now. Now let's bring it to the light now. Okay? Time for the neutral round. Repeat after me. Maybe this fear is protection. Maybe this part of me is trying to help. Maybe it learned that being seen was unsafe. I can thank it for trying. I don't need to fight myself. I can show my body it's safer now. I can move slowly. One honest step at a time. I can be seen and still be safe. I'm allowed to be imperfect. I'm allowed to be human. I'm allowed to share before I feel ready. My voice can be simple. My message can be honest. I can take one small step. Take a deep breath. Let's keep going. Maybe this post doesn't have to prove my worth. Maybe this post does not have to prove my purpose. Maybe this is just step one. Maybe this is just one expression of my purpose. Maybe this is just practice. Maybe it's just me practicing being seen. I don't need perfect confidence. I only need enough safety for the next step. I can regulate first, then execute. I can be gentle and still move. I can be scared and still share. I can be imperfect and still post. That's a big one. Let's repeat that. I can be imperfect and still post. I don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be an expert, okay? You do not have to have it all figured out to start posting. You don't need the best equipment. You don't even need the best audio. Just do it. I can be seen and still belong to myself. My purpose is bigger than this one reaction, and I can take one honest step. Now take a deep breath. Check the intensity again from 0 to 10. Bring the original posting moment back to mind. Say to yourself, if I post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. What number is it now from 0 to 10? Notice if the number has moved. Notice if the feeling has changed location. Notice if the words feel less true. Or notice if there is another layer asking for attention. Whatever is happening is information. It's feedback. Now let's switch over to the positive round. Let's anchor in a new belief. Maybe it doesn't have to be this way. And maybe it is safe to share one honest thing. I can post without perfect confidence. I can let this be imperfect. I am willing to be seen. I am safe to express myself. I release the need to over-polish. I choose clarity over perfection. I choose truth over performance. My body can stay calm as I post. I can publish and stay grounded. I can handle feelings that come up. I can handle opinions. I can handle silence. I can keep going anyway. It's safe to share my message. It's safe to be seen. Take another deep breath. Let's do one more positive round. You're doing so great. It's safe to share the work I came here to share. My worth is not decided by one post. My purpose is not decided by one reaction. My voice is allowed to be simple. My message is allowed to grow. My work is allowed to be imperfect. I am allowed to be a beginner in public. I can let this post exist. I can let my message breathe. I can trust my intentions. I can trust the next step. I can trust my purpose. I can build self-trust through action. I can move toward my purpose now. It is safe to share one honest thing. Let's take another deep breath. Now check the intensity again. Bring the original moment back to your mind. Say to yourself, if I post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. What number is it now from 0 to 10? Notice if the original belief feels less true. Notice if your body feels softer. Notice if there is more space between you and the fear. And now we're going to anchor a new belief now, okay? Doing so great. Let's finish this up now. In order for us to do this, we're going to use the 9-gamut procedure. So we're going to make a fist and we're going to tap between the knuckle, the pinky knuckle, and then the ring finger knuckle, okay? The positive anchoring belief for this session is going to be, it is safe to share one honest thing. So let's take a deep breath. Say this with me. It is safe to share one honest thing. And before we anchor this, check the belief for a moment. When you say that, is it safe to share one honest thing? How true does that feel from 0 to 10? Just notice that, mark that down if you have to. 0 means it does not feel true at all. 10 means it feels more true. It feels completely true. But just notice your number. Now we're going to go and use this 9-gamut anchoring procedure. I want you to follow this sequence with me and repeat the positive anchoring belief after each step. So let's close our eyes, take a deep breath. Look back at me, open your eyes and say, it is safe to share one honest thing. Open your eyes. Repeat. It is safe to share one honest thing. Look down to the left as if you're looking at your shoulder. Repeat. It is safe to share one honest thing. Back to center. Down to the right now. It is safe to share one honest thing. Now, let's roll our eyes clockwise. It is safe to share one honest thing counterclockwise while tapping. It is safe to share one honest thing. Now let's hum Happy Birthday. Let's count to 10 and then reverse back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is safe to share one honest thing. Hum again. Happy birthday. Now let's look down and up. It is safe to share one honest thing. Grab your wrist. Take a deep breath. And repeat after me. It is safe to share one honest thing. Just notice how true that feels from you on a scale of 0 to 10 right now. Does it feel more believable? Do you need to keep tapping? Just breathe and notice, okay? Now bring your hands together in namaste. It's safe to share one honest thing. Take a deep breath. Bring the original moment back to mind right before you post. The post is ready. Your finger is near the publish button. Say the original belief again. If I just post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. What number is it now from 0 to 10? This is your final suds rating for the original fear. And if it's lower, let yourself notice that. If it went from an 8 to a 6, that's great progress. If it went from a 7 to a 3, perfect. If it's still high, that doesn't mean anything went wrong. It just means, hey, there may be another layer. So feel free to repeat this session or gently tap on the next belief or body sensation that came up. Maybe the next layer is fear of judgment. Maybe the next layer is shame or perfectionism or concern about the low views. Maybe the next layer of the belief is it is not safe to be seen. Whatever came up, just notice it gently. And now let's close with an intention prayer statement. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. Thank you, Mighty I Am Presence. Thank you, Great Divine Spirit Team. Thank you, Subconscious Mind. I ask that any non-useful beliefs connected to fear of being seen, fear of posting, fear of judgment, fear of rejection, and fear of expressing my purpose be cleared gently and completely in the highest truth, love, and safety. I ask that the new pattern of calm, honest expression be sealed in my body, mind, heart, nervous system, and field. I ask that I become more available to share the work I came here to share, one honest step at a time. And so it is, and so it is, and so it was. Thank you. Okay. So now that that's done, let's go over one tiny integration or action that we can do here, okay? So sometimes the number will not go down in just one session. And again, just to recap, that doesn't mean anything is wrong here. It just means that there could be another layer here. So you can repeat the session, keep tapping gently on the next belief or body sensation that came up, or get deeper support if that feels right. Your next step is simple. Choose one post, one video, one message, or one piece of content that connects to your purpose. Do not rewrite it more than one time. Do not wait for perfect confidence. Share one thing honestly. The point is not to prove everything today. The point is to show your system that one small aligned step is safe. Your purpose does not only need insight. It needs action. It needs consistency, and it needs you to become internally safe enough to show up for it. So thank you for tapping with me. If this EFT session helped you feel even a little more regulated before posting, then I think the next session is going to help you go even deeper. Because for a lot of purpose-driven people, posting anxiety is not only about hitting publish. It's also about the fear of what happens after you're seen. The fear of judgment. The fear of criticism. The fear that people will misunderstand you, reject you, or have opinions about what you shared. So in the next video, we are going to tap on the fear of judgment and criticism. Click the next video on the screen and let's clear that next layer. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, that was 36 minutes. That was 36 minutes. Okay, so that was quite a bit of work for today. What I liked about what I did today restart iPhone. Okay, what I liked about today was that it was very productive. We did 3 videos in one day. What I didn't like was, oh shit, this is a lot of work. And basically what we got to do now okay, let's take a little break. Dude, that's a lot of views for a freaking, what in the hell? For a live stream? It's a lot of views for me. All right, we got to now edit the videos. EFT video. EFT video. All right. First one is your made of parts. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this all in. And we'll just start. We have the arrow. We're gonna edit all that stuff. What does that mean? Seriously, it's good enough. break. Yeah. Okay. Right. You do the first layer. You do just the A row, the cuts, and then you do the little stuff on top. Good enough. It takes time. You must post. How do I get just a damn black background? Oh. Ah, stock media. That's what it was. Huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Can I not have text up in here? Oh. Oh my god. No, fuck that. Fuck that. Let's just do this here. Oh no, fuck that. Okay, we're gonna have to do this a little bit more simplistically, because that's otherwise too much. Going too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Fuck that. We are not trying to do all that. Nah, it's trying too hard still. Nope.
This work has to include parts work, in my opinion. Because the part running your life may not be the part that knows your purpose. You may know you're here for something deeper, but you may know knows your purpose. You may know you're here for this. Knows your purpose. You may know you're here for something deeper. You may know you're here for something deeper, and you may also purpose. You may know you're here for something was your purpose. You may know you're here for something deeper, and you may also know that you're here to create, serve, heal, speak, build, help people. But if another part of you is scared of being seen, scared of failing, scared of being judged, or scared of what your purpose will require from you, that part can keep contradicting you from actually executing on your purpose. So before you clear the block, you have to understand the part that is carrying the block. Okay, that is carrying the part that is block. You have to understand the part, understand the the block. You have to understand the part that is carrying the block. You have to understand the part that is carrying the block. Okay, that's very, very important, because you have to understand the part that is carrying the block. Okay, that's very, very important, because the part blocking your purpose may not be your enemy. It may be the part that thinks it is keeping you safe. To illustrate that point, here's what I mean. So that's what part.
I'm just gonna keep doing this over and over and over again, you know? I'm just gonna keep doing this shit over and over the fuck again until I get this fucking thing. Yeah, at least the dead space kind of acts as like a, oh, okay, this is like a marker thing. So I can just look at over here whenever I see some dead space. That'll help me out.
And that brings us to the next point. Which brings me to the next point. Why it feels like you, but it really is just a part. For your attention.
Yeah, we just cut out all the fat.
And it needs to be released from your subconscious mind. Actually, I like words like this. Okay. Subconscious mind. Probably should have had a whiteboard or something like this. Okay. It needs to be. This is your brain here. This is the shy part. Or you actually trying to this is the stuff that I've had to learn about myself. Are you creating content? Created at some point, people wear these parts, integrate. It and then integrate it, okay? So how do you identify which part is in control? When you feel in control, moving me toward purpose and peace, we actually fulfill from I am lazy to a part of me is afraid. You go from I am broken to a strategy. And that part has been leading instead. Part is going to be absolutely crucial. Perfect. No longer needs to sabotage. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the next one. I hope that was good. You are made of parts. You are made. You are made of parts. You are made of parts. What? You are made of parts. You are made. You are made of parts. One part of you. You are made of parts. One part of you may want you to fulfill your soul's purpose, while another part of you may want to hide from it. That part of you may want to create, post, speak, heal, build, serve, and be seen. You are made of parts. One part of you may want you to fulfill your soul's purpose, while another part of you may want to hide from it. That part of you may want to create, post, speak, heal, build, serve, and be seen. Another part may say, don't do that. Stay quiet. Stay safe. Don't risk being judged. For example, I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part. I know that can sound funny at first, but this idea changed the way I understand myself. I first learned about parts through trading psychologist Dr. Van Vark. When I realized what part of me wanted to succeed, but actions that would get me there. And once I understood that, I stopped thinking every voice in my head was automatically my true voice. I started realizing that some voices were old programs. Some were voices I had internalized from other people, and some were parts of me that were created at different points in my life to protect me. So when you react to something in a way that does not feel like your normal self, that may be one part of your parts taking over. And in this video, we are focusing on your purpose part, the part of you that wants you to fulfill your purpose. We are focusing on your purpose part. The part purpose part. Purpose part. The part of you that wants you to fulfill your purpose, and the parts that may be blocking it from actually succeeding. Part of you that focusing on your purpose parts, the part of you that wants you to fulfill your purpose, and the parts that may be blocking it from actually succeeding. And until you know which part is running your life, you may keep confusing these parts protecting you from actually fulfilling and living and executing on your purpose. By the end of this video, you will understand the part of you that may be blocking your purpose, what it may be asking from you, and how to start making that part feel safe enough to stop blocking you through this video. And so that now brings us to point 2, which is why this matters for your purpose. See, this matters because if you do not understand your parts, you may confuse your parts protecting you with your actual truth. A part of you might say, don't post that, and you may think, I guess I'm not ready. A part may say, go scroll, and you may think, I have no discipline. A part may say, stay quiet, and you may think, this is just who I am. But that may not be your truth. That may be a part of you trying to protect you. And if you build your life from a protected part, your future will be shaped by your past. This is why purpose work has to include parts of it, in my opinion. Because the part running your life may not be the part that knows your purpose. You may know you're here for something deeper, and you may also know that you're here to create, serve, heal, speak, build, or help people. But if another part of you is scared of being seen, scared of failing, scared of being judged, or scared of what your purpose will require from you, that part can keep contradicting you from actually executing your purpose. So before you clear the block, you have to understand the part that is carrying the block. Okay, it's very, very important. Because the part blocking your purpose may not be your enemy. It may be the part that thinks it is keeping you safe. And to illustrate that point, here's what I mean. So this brings me now. Is what I mean. Here's what I mean. So this brings me now to this point right here, which is what part. So now that brings me to this point. So now that brings us to this important point, which is, so now that brings it. Is what I mean. So now that brings us to this important point, which is which part of you is running your life. The question should never be only. The question should never be. The question. Your life. The question should never be only. Life. The question should never only be, what do I want? The deeper question is, which part of me wants this? So to illustrate this for a moment, this is me. Okay? These are the parts. And the parts, they all have their own inner voice. All have where, let's say, for example, I was aware that I had created a scarcity part when I was homeless, just as an example. And that part was trying to keep me contained in that scarcity because that is what it knew. That is what this country was so. Probably from that time in my life, I created other parts that I have to become aware of. And for you, your parts could be speaking to you, and they could be telling you something that is in direct contradiction with your purpose part. Let's put it sorry, actually. It could be in direct contradiction with what's called your purpose part. This is a hypothetical, okay? And there's a purpose part that wants the best for you, but then there's these other parts that don't. So the deeper question is, which part of me wants this? Which part of me actually wants to fulfill my purpose? Which part of you is making the decision to avoid high scroll, not procrastinate, or overthink? Is it your purpose part? Likely not. Or is it your scared part? Is it your shy part? Is it your shame part? Or is it your purpose part? Likely not. Or is it your scared part? Is it your shy part? Is it your shame part? Or is it your wounded part? Or your perfectionist part? Or your self-sabotaging part? Most people think they are making choices, but a lot of the time, a part of them is making the choice for you. Okay? So, if let's say, if we take this example as well from like a shy part. Let's say we have a shy part, okay? And let's say your purpose part wants to create conflict. Okay? Let's say your purpose part knows it has a purpose to be and hurt. Okay? But the shy part has a stronger emotional charge and a set of beliefs attached to it. Those parts, that shy part, will then be in direct conflict with your purpose part. So something opposing content or doing anything that's related to your purpose, doesn't have to be posting content or whatever, anything related to your purpose. If that part, that shy part, is not in alignment, if you haven't cleared that part, if you're not aware of that shy part, if you're not aware of how you're feeling when you're creating something or when you get discouraged, that's going to be in direct conflict with the purpose part, okay? So most people are thinking that they're making the choices that they're making, but they're not fully aware which part is making that choice. You know what I'm saying? And when a part takes over, it can feel like you. It can feel like, oh, this is just who I am. But that's not the truth. It can feel like it's your personality, and it can feel like this is who you authentically believe yourself to be. And you may even be thinking like, yeah, this is just who I am, but it may just be a part that is active at the time. It may just be that there's a part that was, I guess, woken up or triggered whenever it comes time to you actually doing the work. Which is why you may say, oh, I'm not ready yet. Oh, I need to do more research. That's probably the procrastinating part designed to help you to keep you safe because you probably subconsciously know already that, oh, if I post content on the internet, you know, I may get trolled, I may get hateful comments, and I don't know if I'm actually regulated enough, I feel safe enough to do that. So these are all of the parts that can come up and bring conflict with your purpose part, helping you actually execute on your purpose. So that's why the real work is learning how to tell the difference between your purpose part and any other part that is not in direct alignment with your greatest and highest good. And once you can tell the difference, you can stop letting the wrong part lead your life. And that brings us to the next point. Which brings me to the next point. To the next point. Which brings me to the next point. To the next point. The next point. Which brings me to the next point. Life. And that brings us to the next point. Why it feels like you. Why it feels like you, but it really is just a part. Which brings me to the next point, which is why it feels like it. Why it feels like it's you, but it's really just a part. Why it feels like it's you, but it's really just a part. Why it feels like it's you, but it. Why it feels like it's you, but it's really just a part. You see, when a part takes over, it doesn't always feel separate. To the next point. Why it feels like it's you, but it's really just a part. You see, when a part takes over, it doesn't always feel separate from you. It may feel like you, but it's really just a part. You see, when a part takes really like it's you, but it's really just a part. You see, when a part takes over, it doesn't always feel separate from you. It may feel like your whole identity. The shy part says, I'm just shy. The avoidant part says, I just don't feel like doing it. The perfectionist part says, I'm just not ready yet. The scared part says, this is dangerous. The angry part says, I need to protect myself. have our other parts, like our protective parts. There is one part that I want to highlight in this video, and that is your purpose part. Your purpose part is the part of you that believes you have a special purpose in life. It is your purpose part. Your purpose part is the part of you that protective parts. Your purpose part is the part of you that believes you have a special purpose in life. Purpose part is the part. Your purpose part is the part of you that believes you have a special purpose in life. It is the part of life. This part, as I mentioned before, and then we have our other part, like our protective parts. Your purpose part is the part of you that believes you have a special purpose in life. It is the part of you that knows you are here. We have our purpose part, as I mentioned before, and then we have our other part, like our protective parts. Your purpose part is the part of you that believes you have a special purpose in life. It is the part of you that knows you are here for something bigger. It wants to serve, create, speak, help, heal, build, teach, express, and become who you really are. And it is the part of you. This part is the part of you that believes you have a special purpose in life. It is the part of you that knows you are here for something bigger. It wants to serve, create, speak, help, heal, build, teach, express, and become who you really are. And it is the part of you that wants to be seen, heard, and be of great service. But then you also have protective parts, as I mentioned before. And that protective part may not want to be seen. That protective part may even say things like, hey, don't post until it's just right, until it's just perfect. And the protective part may also say, hey, don't create like this, don't do it like this, don't do that, don't say that. Okay? Because it's always just trying to keep you safe. Protective parts also, you'll be very safe. Protective parts may also keep you safe. Protective parts also, you'll be very judgmental. And they may just say, hey, always just trying to keep you safe. Because it's always just trying to, okay? Because it's always just trying to keep you safe. Protective parts also, you'll be very judgmental. It's always just trying to keep you safe. Protective parts may also, be very judgmental. And they may just say, hey, just stay where you are, just settle, don't rock the boat, don't piss people off, whatever. Whereas your purpose part wants expansion. Your purpose part wants to fulfill your dharma. It wants to help you. But your protective parts may still believe expansion and executing on your purpose is unsafe. Your purpose part wants truth, but your protective parts may want control. Your purpose part may want service, but your protective parts may want comfort. Okay? And they're going to do everything they can in their power to stop you from actually seeking out, like, fulfilling your purpose. So when you feel blocked, it may not mean you do not have a purpose. It may mean that there's another part of you that doesn't feel safe letting your purpose lead. Okay? And that brings us to point number 6. Your block is usually an obsolete protector. Your block is usually an obsolete protector. Your block is usually an obsolete protector. The parter. Your block is usually an obsolete protector. The part of you that's blocking your purpose is usually not trying to destroy you. It is usually trying to protect you, the protector. The part of you that's blocking your purpose is usually not trying to destroy you. It is usually trying to protect you. The issue is that it may be protecting you from usually an obsolete protector. The part of you that's blocking your purpose is usually not trying to destroy you. It's usually trying embarrassed or something like this. And someone may have also been nicer to you or something when you were behaving in a bad way. So you probably could have created this part, right? So there's a part of you that's split off from your wholeness. And what that does over time is, let's assume now that you're, let's say, in your 20s or your 30s, right? Let's assume that you're in your 20s or 30s. Now when it comes time for you to actually do your purpose, right? This is your purpose part. When it comes time to actually do your purpose, what's going to happen is that shy part is going to conflict, right? So it's going to be like running up against a wall of some sort, right? So imagine like this is like a brick wall, okay? Mind my drawing, right? Across over here. So it's like over here, this is your purpose, and over here, this is your shy part. And there's that direct contradiction between the two. There's that direct obstacle and that friction. So what do we do here with the shy part, okay? The thing about this shy part that we have to be aware of is that it's just a part. It's just a part and it's asking for attention, okay? It needs attention, and it needs to be released from your subconscious mind. Actually, I like words like this, okay? It needs to be released from your subconscious mind, and it also needs to be released from your nervous system. Think about the part as like an actual person, but it's like living inside of you. You know what I'm saying? So like, imagine this is, once again, this is you, right? This is your brain here, and then this is the shy part, and then this is you, and then this is your purpose part. When it comes time for you to actually do something for your purpose, that shy part becomes obviously much bigger, right? That shy part is much bigger than this part, the purpose part. It's only because that shy part is wounded. It needs attention, okay? And the attention that it needs, the attention that this shy part needs, it needs you to actually talk to it. Now, the shy part has a set of beliefs. Now, the shy part has a set of beliefs, and the shy part also has. Now, the shy part has a set of beliefs, and the shy part also has emotions. Okay, which is why it can seem very much like it's you talking, but it's not you talking. So what we have to do here for the shy part is we have to basically talk to it. Okay, so when we, meaning you, your actual conscious self, are aware of the shy part, you can sit down, you can talk to it, and you can address these beliefs. Usually, what will come up for these shy parts is a set of beliefs that are playing in your head or a set of memories, okay? So we have beliefs that come up sometimes, and then we have memories, and then we also have emotions. At any given point in time, a thought can come with intention. They're trying to protect you. They're trying to stop you from doing something that's out of their comfort zone. But the thing is that a majority of your parts are useless. They want to protect you, but they haven't gotten the message that, hey, like, there is no danger here, okay? There is no reason for you to be afraid and to be scared of actually pursuing your purpose. And these parts, they'll come up at different moments to throw you off course with what you're actually doing, how you're actually trying to execute your purpose. These parts may not honestly want you to live a purpose, okay? These parts may not honestly want you to live a purpose, okay? Instead, they may want you to get distracted with like porn. They may want you to get distracted with food, content. They may want you to get distracted with anything but actually doing the work. And when we think about I know there's a lot of content on YouTube about doing it, okay? My argument here is that that is not the entire truth of it, okay? We need to ask ourselves, what is the part? What's the part? What's the underlying root cause of me wanting to engage in these things that I know may not be the best for me, but I'm still doing it anyway? That's the part. The part of you that you created at some point is trying to get you into porn, food, content, cigarettes, anything that's not for your greatest and highest good, like junk food or whatever, or like a high dopamine-based content. That part of you that you created, maybe it's an addiction part, right? It's trying to basically distract you because that part of you that you created, maybe it's an addiction part, right? It's trying to basically distract you because this is your lane. This is basically like your thermometer, right? So if you think about an actual temperature thermometer, whatever, right? And we have like, you know, the level right here. This is, let's say, this is your level. This is your comfort zone right here. Oh shit, that looks really penis. Oh shit, that looked kind of like a penis. But let's say this is like a thermometer right here, okay? What's gonna happen is that once you go beyond this level right here, okay, this could be when that part of you comes in, when it says, oh, we gotta bring you right back down here, because otherwise it's not safe, okay? And I think the whole thing about these parts is that it comes back down to safety, okay? And once you understand that a lot of your habits are based on your parts. So there's even like a peak performance part of you, and this is the stuff that I've had to learn about myself. I have many different parts, and each part could have infinite numbers of thoughts and beliefs. So what I have to do is I have to think about and like really like look at myself and look at my head, right? So my process, how I did things was I basically had a spreadsheet, okay? I had a spreadsheet on Google Sheets, and basically what I did was I wrote down the thought or the belief. I'm not this. And usually that's what the part will say. I'm not, or I am. And you believe that as part of your identity. The more you believe that as part of your identity, the more that you're strengthening the part, okay? The more that you're strengthening the part. So every single time that you think a thought and you repeat it over and over again and you feel that, right? You're just training that part of you to get stronger, okay? So if let's say, and I'm meeting a lot of people now that this is basically their thing, right? I'm like, oh, do you have a personal brand? Oh, you create content. They're saying, oh, I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for this. Okay? It's not them that's waiting for the thing. It's not them, it's their part. Giving them that is a reason. feeling that rejection and wants to be liked. It wants to be loved, and so it's rejecting actually posting content. It's rejecting living your purpose, right? It's rejecting doing whatever it is for your purpose that you need to be doing, that you really should be doing, but you're finding reasons and excuses to not actually do the work. Okay, I noticed this for myself. It's very, very interesting. When I think a thought in my head, it sounds like, oh, that's a good idea. Let me just wait for this moment, but that's not the truth. It's not the truth because there's never the right moment. The only right moment is now. The only right moment is now. And in order for you to actually overcome and bypass that is to integrate these parts. Okay, it's to understand, become aware of these parts, integrate them, and then proceed from a resonated state. We'll talk about it in another video, but this will be a lot for later. So the work is to meet that need of that part in a way that supports your purpose instead of blocking it and then integrating it. Okay? So how do you identify which part is in control? When you feel blocked, pause and ask, what part of me is in control right now? What does this part want? What is it? So how do you identify which part is in control? When you feel blocked, pause and ask, what part? Which part is in control? When you feel blocked, pause and ask, what part of me is in control right now? Part of me. Ask, what part of me is in control right now? What does this part want? What is this part afraid of? What is this part trying to protect me from? How old does this part feel? When did I first learn to feel this way? Is this part moving me toward purpose and peace? In control. When you identify which part is in control. So how do you identify which part? So how do you identify which part is in control? When you feel control.
Keep working, man. Just keep fucking working.
So how do you identify which part is in control? So how do you identify which part is in control? When you feel blocked, control. When you feel blocked, pause and ask, what part of me is in control right now? What does this part want? What is this part afraid of? What is this part trying to protect me from? How old does this part feel? When did I first learn to feel this way? Is this part moving me toward purpose and peace, me actually fulfilling my dharma, or is this part pulling me away and taking me down this maze? And ask yourself, what does this part need from me so it can relax? And this is how you start identifying with that part, and you start relating to it. It has its own needs. It needs to be loved. It needs to be kind. It needs to be feeling like it's safe. So when you do that, you start going from I am lazy, right? You start identifying from I am lazy to a part of me is like, you go from I am broken to a part of me is tension. You go from I can sabotage myself to a part of me is trying to protect me with an outdated strategy. And that shift matters because once you can identify the part, you can finally work with it. And that shift matters because once you can identify the part, you can finally work with it. You cannot help a part that you keep pretending is just laziness. You cannot understand a part that you keep attacking. And you cannot let your purpose part lead if you do not know which part has been leading instead. And that brings us to point 11, which is why you need 11, which is why you need to identify the part before clearing the block.
which is why leading instead. And that brings us to point instead. And that brings us to point and that instead. And that brings us to point instead. And that brings us to point instead. And that brings us to point 11, which is why we need to identify the part before clearing the block. Before clearing the block. So before you clear the block, which is the part has a set of beliefs, it has an emotion, has a memory, has an experience that's trapped in the past. You need to free that part. You need to know what part is carrying that emotion or that memory, that feeling, where it's trapped. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you're going to try and clear that procrastination with the parts of fear. So we have the ability to identify the part is going to be absolutely crucial. And that's why parts awareness matters before any deeper inner work happens. In my case, EFT, emotional freedom technique, is one of the tools I use every single day to work with emotional charges. But EFT is not the point of this video. EFT is not even the bigger picture of this. The point is that once you identify the part, you can give attention to the part, hear it out, decrease the charge, and help it return to peace. The tool isn't just EFT. You can use any tool, okay? I happen to just use it as my everyday tool that works for me, along with ducks. The awareness, though, is the first step, along with ducks. Along with ducks. The awareness, though, is the first step, okay? Once you know that part, once you know what is that part of you that is contradicting you from actually living your purpose, the work becomes much more precise. Because once you know what is that part of you that is contradicting you from actually living a purpose, the work becomes much more precise because you're no longer trying to clear a random block. You're helping a specific part release what it has been carrying, and that's what makes the work so effective when you know how to do this stuff. You're not just trying to fix the symptom. It's not just like a dopamine thing. No, you're going to actually underneath the issue here. We're actually figuring out, okay, what is this part of me that is actually creating this havoc or this chaos in my life? And because you're listening to that part underneath this symptom, you're actually able to clear any of those blockages. So how do you give the part what it needs? Once you identify the part, you don't attack it, you have to listen to it. You ask what it wants. Ask what it is protecting you from. Ask what it is afraid would happen if it stopped doing this job. A scared part may need safety, a shame part may need, compassion, a perfectionist part may need permission to be imperfect. The goal is to give the part the attention it has been trying to get through the block. Sometimes the part doesn't need you to fix it immediately. Sometimes it just needs you to finally stop ignoring it. And sometimes it just needs to be heard before it can be let go and just like rest in peace. At least it's been the case from my experiences. And sometimes the part just keeps coming up because it is not trying to ruin your life, it's trying to finally be witnessed. And when that happens, the part can begin to soften, it can begin to trust you, and it can begin to stop trying to protect you, and it takes more of a backseat. And then eventually, I found that it just like goes away. Like I had before an abandonment part, and I don't feel that anymore. Like I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine to be by myself and feel like that part is even clear. So you may be having these parts, they may be with you for a while, and they may be satisfied. Like I had before an abandonment part, and I don't feel that anymore. Like I'm totally fine. I'm totally fine to be by myself and feel like that part is even clear. So you may be having these parts, they may be with you for a while, and they may be sabotaging your relationships, your finances, they may be sabotaging your purpose, but you have to really pay attention to it, okay? It needs you to trust it. It needs you to witness it, pay attention to it, hear what it has to say, basically. So just imagine yourself as like a series of friends. Your parts are like a series of friends, no matter how fucked up they are, and it's like a series of friends. So it feels like a series of friends. Your parts are like a series of friends, no matter how fucked up they are, and they're just trying to like talk to you about their problems, basically. And once the parts trust you, they don't fight so hard to control your life anymore. They just kind of just like fall off, okay? And that brings me to the next point here, and that is that the goal is to transform the part. And that is that the goal is to transform. To transform the part is not to kill it. Okay? Goal is to transform. Is that the goal is to transform the part is not to kill it. Next point here. And that is that the goal is to transform the part is not to kill it. Okay? The goal is not to destroy the part. It's not to finally remove it. The goal is not to even shame it into silence. The goal is to release the part from the burden. The goal is the emotional charge is the care, okay? For example, perfectionist part can transform into devotion to excellence. And a shy part can transform into discernment. A scared part can transform into wisdom. A sensitive part can transform into compassion. And a self-sabotaging part, which I've been notorious for in the past, can transform into a protector that no longer needs been notorious for in the past, can transform into a protector that no longer needs to sabotage. And it's all about letting go of that part very peacefully. You're not trying to kill the part. You are helping the part come out of the old rule. You're helping to release the part from its burden or its responsibility or its job. That part does not have to keep running your life once it trusts that you're listening. It can return to peace. When that happens, your purpose part has more room to lead. The part that once blocked your purpose can become part of the system. So now that brings me to the next point, which is you want to build your habits from the purpose part. The purpose. You want to build your. Now that brings me to the next point, which is you want to build your habits from the purpose part. Now that brings me to the next point, which is you want to build to build your habits from the purpose. Part. This point, which is you want to build your habits from the purpose. Me too. The next point, which is you want to build your habits from the purpose part. Once the protected part starts to relax, the next step is not just to feel better. The next step is to build habits from your purpose part. So your purpose part may need you to write, it may need you to post, it may need you to speak, it may need you to be creative, build an offer, serve people, create consistently, learn, practice, and stop choosing comfort over calling. But these habits have to come from the purpose part, not from shame, not from feeling lazy. If you build the habits from shame, they do become punishment. Okay? What I mean by that is if you are being so hard on yourself and you're saying I have to do it because otherwise I'm not good enough, that's not coming from your highest purpose part. That's coming from the shame part, and you're just reinforcing that part of you. So if you build your habits from fear, they're going to eventually crush you and you might eventually collapse. This is what happened to me. This is my experiences. So if you build your habits from purpose, though, they become part of a new energy, a new vibration, a new consciousness. And from that place, you're not taking habits, you're not doing things on a day-to-day basis from a bad internal state. You're doing everything now from a very good internal state. And that's the deeper transformation. You clear the blocks so the right part of you can lead. Because purpose is not only something you're going to believe in, it's something that you build your habits around. Okay, so it's not just saying, oh, I believe I have a purpose. No, it's you actually embody your purpose. You actually execute and fulfill your purpose. So whether that's concentration, whether that's you're trading, you're investing into people, you're sound healing, you light language, whatever that is, whatever your purpose is, that's the only way. Is to believe you have that purpose and to clear the blocks, to let go of the parts, to listen to them, give them the space that they need, lovingly let them go, so that you, the purpose part, or your I am presence, your higher self, takes over and actually executes all the habits. So purpose is something that you build your habits around. It's not just something that you do for like an inspiration thing for a certain period of time and then you're done. No. It needs structure, it needs consistency, it needs your devotion, your attention, it needs your daily choices to stop being ruled by the parts that are still being afraid of being seen. Now that brings us to the last point here. You have to let your purpose part lead again. Have to let your purpose part lead again. So if to let your purpose part lead again. So if you know you're meant for something, but you keep running away from it, you're not broken. Okay, you're not broken. You're just made up of parts. You're one of those parts of being seen. And now that brings us to the last point here. Last point here. You have to let your purpose part lead again. So if you have to let your purpose part lead again. You have to let your purpose part lead again. So if you know you're meant for something, but you keep running away from it, you're not broken. You have to let your purpose part lead again. So if you know you're meant for something, but you keep running away from it, you're not broken. Okay, you're not broken. You're just made up of parts. And one of those parts may still think your old life is safer than your real or your current life. But the purpose part is still there. It never left. It has just been buried underneath fear, shame, protection, dopamine habits, old voices that were never really yours. So the work is to identify which part is running your life, hear what it is asking for, and help it release the charge it has been carrying. Once that part feels safe enough to return to peace, your purpose part has more room to lead. And from there, you build the habits. The purpose part leads in order to fulfill your purpose. If you followed this video inside one of my courses or playlists, go back to the course now and continue with the next video. Now that you understand parts, the rest of the work will make a lot more sense. And if you found this video on its own, now that you understand parts, the rest of the work will make a lot more sense. And if you found this video on its own, watch the next video I link below so that you can learn how to start working with the emotional charge behind these parts. Because the part blocking your purpose is not your enemy. It's an absolutely protected part acting to your good. Remember, you are made of parts. And the work is to get every part of you feeling safe enough to finally answer the call on your purpose. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the next one. You are made of parts. One part of you may want you to fulfill your soul's purpose, while another part of you may want to hide from it. That part of you may want to create, host, speak, heal,
quiet. Stay safe. Don't risk being judged. For example, I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part. I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part. I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part. I know that I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part.
Okay, let's do this again. Quick glance through. Make sure the spelling is right.
You are made of parts. One part of you may want you to fulfill your purpose, while another part of you may want to hide from it. That part of you may want to create, host, speak, heal, build, serve, and be seen. Another part may say, don't do that. Stay quiet. Stay safe. Don't risk being judged. For example, I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part. I know that can sound funny at first, but this idea changed every voice in. I am Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part. I know that can sound funny at first, but this idea changed the way I understand myself. I first learned about parts through training psychologist Dr. Van Tharp, when I realized one part of me wanted to succeed, but another part kept sabotaging the actions that would get me there. And once I understood that, I stopped thinking every voice in my head was automatically my true voice. I started realizing that some voices were old programs, some were voices I had internalized from other people, and some were parts of me that were created at different points in my life to protect me. So when you react to something in a way that doesn't feel like your normal self, that may be one part of your parts taking over. In this video, we are focusing on your purpose part. The part of you that wants you to fulfill your purpose, and the parts that need you from actually succeed. And until you know the part is running your life, you may keep confusing these parts are technically for actually fulfilling and living next to you on your purpose. By the end of this video, you will understand the part of you that may be blocking your purpose, what it may be asking from you, and how to start having that part feel safe enough to stop blocking you. To the studio. Fucking you. To the studio. And so that now brings us to point 2, which is why this matters for your purpose. You see, this matters because if you do not understand your parts, you may confuse your parts protecting you with your actual truth. 2, which is why this matters for your purpose. You see, this matters because if you do not now brings us to point 2, which is why this matters for your purpose. You see, this matters because if 2, which is why this matters for your purpose. You see, this matters because if you do not understand
That took a while. All right, so that's one video edited. Let's hit the save point here because I'm already at my limit for today. Been up here for quite a few hours. Whoops. Well, at least I got the video. I got 3 videos fully recorded today, which is insane. That's actually really, really good. So 3 long form videos when it normally could have taken like a week per video or more. With all the research and stuff, that's really good. All right, this wraps up today's deep work session period. I need you to answer the prompt in what ship text property. And then I need you to map the numberless responses to the appropriate text properties, period. So what we did today was we recorded 3 long form videos, which is a lot. And I just finished editing one of them, and now I'm hitting the upload and the publish on just the first one. And I will continue to upload the rest of them as the days go on. But this is a pretty good start, I think. And this is, I think this is a pretty good start, actually. So, yeah, that's where we are. And now after that, it's just really I already see a couple of things that need to get refined with the templates. But otherwise, everything looks pretty good. Hmm? Yeah, there's a couple of things that I would like to change in the next version, but otherwise, like, this is pretty damn good. Right. Pixels. Yeah, I'm not fucking doing that. You do that.
You are made of parts. One part of you may want you to fulfill your soul's purpose. Take this example. I know Gabriel's enlightened part. I'm Gabriel's perfectionist part. I'm Gabriel's cringe part. I know that can sound funny at first, but this idea changed the way I understand myself. I first learned about parts through trading psychologist Dr. Van Tharp when I realized one part of me wanted to succeed, but another part kept sabotaging the actions that would get me there. And once I understood that, if you do not, and the attempt to that did not know which part has been leading instead from the burden, the role, and the emotional charge. If you build the habits from shame, they do become punishment. Okay? What I mean habits around it first. It every
please write the most appropriate metadata description, YouTube video description for the video You Are Made of Parts. Period. Make sure that it's organized and it's human readable, and we have the chapters. Sure. Oh. Good thing I did this photo shoot a long ass time ago. Okay. Huh? Oh, background remover. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's download that. Good enough. Good enough for me for now. And this was a lot of work. Jeez. Damn, that was a lot of work. All right, but we got it though. Let's take a little break. Come back. Oh, Lord. That took a long time, man. Let me save this just in case. Whew.
safe. Your purpose may say speak, but a protected part may say stay quiet. Your future may require visibility, but your nervous system may still associate being seen with judgment, rejection, shame, beliefs, professional reason. And that's why mindset alone optimism. You are not really trying to change your thoughts. You're trying to regulate the internal state that is controlling your actions. And your purpose activates that resistance. You're making a way to work with that resistance to form empathy. So basically, you're not optimism. Brings me to EFT tapping. It's an everyday tool that I use. And that basically you're gonna have to alchemize it. And that brings me to EFT tap. Brings me to EFT. That brings me to EFT tapping. It's an everyday tool that I use. You may be asking yourself, what is EFT tapping? So, to give you in a nutshell, EFT stands for Emotional Freedom Technique. T stands for Emotional Freedom. Emotional Freedom Technique. EFT stands for Emotional Freedom Technique. In simple terms, EFT is a tapping practice where you bring an emotional issue to mind while tapping on acupressure style points in the body. Instead of only trying to think your way out of fear, shame, resistance, or self-doubt, or trying to muscle through it, you work with the emotional charge directly. So you're not running away from how you feel, you're actually confronting it. You name what you're feeling, you name what's active, you tap through the emotional truth. You give your body a chance to process what's coming up, and then you move to a more grounded, a state that is higher vibrational that will allow you to execute on whatever it is that you're doing for the purpose. The simple way to understand it is this. EFT combines emotional focus, self-acceptance statements, and tapping to help reduce emotional intensity. But the way we use EFT here is not just about tapping points. And it is not just about saying positive affirmations. I'm smart, I'm happy, I'm this, I'm that. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Here's why EFT is on that. No, that doesn't work. Here's why EFT tapping helps with fulfilling your purpose. And this really, the missing piece, most EFT videos is that EFT is not magic. It's not magic tapping. It's also not just a relaxation trick. The way we use EFT here, the way that I use it, I always has a state change tool. So the way that I do it is that I work with my emotions, I work with my moods, I work with my hearts. And when you do it this way, it helps you work with the emotional charges or with your emotions. Whatever comes up in surfaces of freedom. It helps you work with your protected parts. It helps you work with limiting beliefs. It helps you work with the parts of you that do not feel safe, expressing your purpose, building your purpose, speaking your message, posting your work, or being seen. So when you tap, you are not just saying random words while tapping on the face. You are listening to what is actually active inside of you. Welcoming your purpose, speaking your message, posting your work, or being seen. So when you tap, you are not just saying random words while tapping on your face. You are listening to what is actually active inside of you. What belief is active? What fear is active? What part of you is resisting your purpose? What emotional charge is stopping you from taking the action your purpose requires? That's why you fits inside of this whole ecosystem that we're going to look for. Because there's a purpose. The other is not just something you see, purpose is something you execute. You have to speak, publish, you have to make things. But having to comes from a place of conscious conscious. Having to speak, publish, you have to make decisions. But the having to should come from a very good inner state. It should come from a very good inner state. Decisions. But the having to should come from a very good inner state. It should come. Having to should come from a very good inner state. It should come from a place of excitement. But the having to should come from a very good inner state. It should come from a place of excitement, a higher state of consciousness. Excitement, a higher state of consciousness. A higher state of consciousness. You have to show up on a part. State of consciousness. You have to consciousness. You have to show. You have point, which is what EFT is not. Get me to the next point, which is what EFT is not. Before we go any further, I want point, which is what EFT is not. Which is what EFT is not. Before we go any further, I want to be very clear about what EFT is not. EFT is not therapy, it's not medical care, it's not trauma treatment, it's not emergency support, it's not guaranteed cure, and I'm not here to diagnose you, I'm not here to treat you, and nothing in this video is replacement for professional medical care, trauma support, emergency help. No. The way that we use EFT here is as a supportive tool for emotional regulation, self-awareness, relief, purpose-driven action. If something feels too intense, pause, stop, breathe, get support. Don't force yourself to relive anything. Don't push past what feels safe. The goal is not to overwhelm your system. The goal is to regulate your state so you can take the next line step towards your purpose. And that brings me to point number 6, which is the basic EFT flow. Which is the basic EFT flow. The basic EFT flow we use is simple. First, you name the issue. For example, I feel scared to express my purpose. That could be that could be feeling, but that's the issue. That's the problem. Or it could be I feel shame when I think about things, or I feel resistance. Then you rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10 using the set scale. Then we tap the emotional truth. Then you rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10. You rate the then you rate Then you rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10 using the set scale. Then we tap. Then you rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10 using the set scale. Then we tap. Create. Then you rate the emotional intensity. Then you rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10 using the set scale. Then we tap through the emotional truth. We acknowledge the active belief, the active emotion, or the active part. Then we create internal safety. Then we shift into a more believable new belief. Then we rate the intensity. And then we take one small action. So the flow is not tap and hope something changes. The flow is awareness, regulation, belief, shift, and action. Because the goal isn't only to feel calmer. The goal is to become clear enough to move you with purpose. Let's talk about the emotional intensity scale. Let's talk about the emotional intensity scale from 0 to 10 set scale. So before tapping, in any of the videos that you'll see, I'll usually ask you to rate the emotional intensity from 0 to 10. 0 means there is no charge. 10 means it feels very intense. It's not a test. It's not a diagnosis. It's just a simple before and after marker. So if you start at an 8 and move towards a 6, that matters. If you start at a 7 and move to a 3, that's nice. When it comes to reducing the emotional charge, it doesn't mean there's right wrong. It's okay. It just means they're finally reducing their resolution. I think the first is here, then actually you have to do like purpose. So in order to track what's happening inside your system, in this video, there's I'll do this entire process over and over and over. Well, if you want to you start tapping the numbers. And that brings me to the next point, which is EFT tapping we'll use. So now brings me to the next point, which is the EFT tapping points we'll use. Which is the EFT tapping points we'll use. Which is the EFT tap is the which is the EFT tapping points we'll use. So now I'm going to show you the tapping points I personally use. You don't need to be perfect with this. If you miss a point, keep going. That's fine. But I will have every single video a visual of me tapping, and you can keep your eyes open and tap with me. That's totally fine. So if you miss a point, or if let's say that's the points that I use are not necessarily the traditional EFT points, that's fine. I have my own EFT points that I've discovered to be very beneficial to certain conditions that I have. So that's why I use the ones I use. But anyway, the goal is for you to tap on one side or both and just keep going. Okay, it's not about perfection here. The goal is to stay present with what's happening and just keep moving through the process until the charge has dropped. karate chop point. Okay, this is the side of the hand. I usually use two hands like this, but you could go with one hand or any other hand. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But this is usually where we say our setup statement. Okay, then we have to top end. Then the third eye, two hands. Then the eye, you start eye right here. And also right easy. Then we see our eye on the side eye. Then under the eye. Then the lip. Then the lip. Then we column. Then this. Then the eye. Second eye. Then we tongue. Then finger. Then finger. Three finger. Three finger. Sometimes come back to the chop point and repeat. Times we come back to the karate chop point. Twist is the karate chop point. Okay, is the karate chop point. Is the off with is the karate chop point. Okay, this is the sign of only these two hands. But you could go with one hand or any other hand. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But this is usually where we say our setup statement. Okay, then we go ahead to the top of the head. That's the third eye right between the eyebrows. Then the inner eye, you start the eyebrow, which is right over here. And also put up this diagram over here for you to see. Then we move to the outer eye. On the side of the inner eye, near the start of the eyebrow, which is right over here. And also put up this diagram over here for you to see. Then we move to the outer eye. On the side of the eye, and then under the eye. Then the upper lip, then the lower lip, then we move to the collarbone, then the ribs, under the arm or the side of the body, then we move to the thumb, the index finger, the middle finger, the ring finger, the pinky finger. And sometimes we come back to the karate chop point and we repeat the original steps. And we repeat the original. And we repeat the original. The pinky finger. And sometimes we come back to the karate chop point and we repeat the original steps so we can reduce the psychological charges to that original thought. So in my videos, I'm going to guide you to all those points. You don't have to memorize all of this just right away, just follow along, okay? Now, let's move on to the next point, which is why we start with the truth before the positive, okay? Right now, you may have a specific truth. I'm not smart enough, I'm not capable of living my purpose. That's fine. That's your belief, that's a belief, that's part of your life, that's fine, okay? The tap points are only part of the process, though. The words matter too. In my ET videos, you're going to notice that you do not start with positive definitions right away. I don't think that that's going to work. What works best is to actually address the negative feelings. So I always start with the truth. If you feel terrified to be seen in your purpose and immediately say, I'm confident, safe, and powerful, your body may not believe you. It may reject it. It may feel thick and phony. So instead, what works best is to actually address the negative feelings. So I always start with the truth. If you feel terrified to be seen in your purpose and immediately say, I'm confident, safe, and powerful, your body may not believe you. It may reject it. It may feel thick and phony. It may reject it. Your body may not believe you. Powerful, your body may not believe you. It may reject it. It may feel thick and phony. So instead of forcing positivity, you have to name what is actually there. That's what I found to be working the best. It's like we're just clearing the negative recruitment from our positive consciousness, and then from there, people realize it can much easier for us to probably can lose and review others. So I can start to express my purpose, even though I'm high level, even though I'm fishing myself in the we do not start with negative statements. We start with the truth of how we feel. So then after we control every part of the knowledge, then we can positive, which hopefully makes us more confident and heard. We do that, so it's possible for us, okay? Then we can work once a week. So body feels hurt when your parts, your IFS parts feel hurt, the charge may start to release. That was once there. Now what can a state shift feel like? This is an important thing. During tapping, different things can happen. You're gonna yawn, you can yawn, you can sigh, you can cry, burp, fart, shake, feel heat, feel tingling, everything. During tapping, different things can happen. Tapping. Different things can happen. You're gonna yawn, you can think. During tapping, different things can happen. Different things can happen. During tapping, different things can happen. You're gonna yawn. Different things can happen. Different things can happen. You're gonna yawn. You can yawn. You can sigh. You can cry. Burp, fart, shake. Feel heat. Feel tingling. Feel emotional waves. Calmer. tired, sleepy, nothing. It's all fine. You don't want to, so now you basically. And then that allows you to your only thing to do is if something says pause, take a rest, open your eyes, pause, you do not need to force yourself to do any trauma at all. You do not need to give any, you don't need to take your body, you don't need to make yourself trauma, or contact and call fashion, or global emergency services. It's not forcing you to do, it's not building federation, but it's your purpose has to take a place to move through and be expressed from you as well. Yes, you need to support. Next. From your purpose part. Next, we move into how to use my. Next, we move your purpose part. Next, we move into how to use my EFT videos. Purpose part. Next, we move into how to use my EFT videos. So, let me use my EFT videos. First, start at the beginning of my courses. Very, very simple. It's going to be helpful because I'm going to be doing this with you because, hey, look, I'm not a practitioner. I practice myself on my phone, okay? And I can do that result. So, we'll start from the beginning. And if there's a topic you're struggling with, otherwise, take a video of that. This is the purpose block your experience, okay? So, if there's something that's coming up for you and like, oh man, this is what I feel right now, and you're not sure where to begin, just go over the video that feels most resonant with you. But otherwise, start from the beginning of the course. If you're scared to express your purpose, pick that video, for example. If you're really thinking your next step, pick that video for example. Okay? Otherwise, once again, try to just do everything in a flexible order. Maybe you'll find like after you do one video, the charge has gone down, but not all the way, and you still need more work. Just keep tapping on it, that's fine. You're going to rate the intensity from 0 to 10 every single time. You're going to tap honestly. You're not going to try to sound fake or spiritual or anything like this. You can use my words or you can incorporate your own words. Okay, and I would encourage you to just, use my videos or use what I'm doing in mind and then freestyle every word. Okay, freestyle is only always going to say that's going to work best. And of course, because I'm not doing that stuff, it's going to be a little bit different for you because I'm going to be using perhaps like reference experiences from me because I've lived through these things and I tap to move through all these emotions myself. But if you, let's say, you're going to freestyle on future videos and I'm telling you bring memory and I'm talking about my memory, just put in your own memory, okay, and then just move through there. So don't try to say anything perfect. Don't try to say how I say it. Just be you. Just be you. Just really express how you feel. Okay? Because if you are just copying me verbatim, that can be helpful sometimes. But what's more helpful is to actually feel the words. If you feel it, that's what matters the most. Okay? As long as you feel it, that's what matters. Okay? And then just follow along and notice what comes up. Notice what part of you is active. Notice what belief comes up. Notice what emotion comes up. Notice what your body feels. If the number is still high at the end, you can repeat the video. As I mentioned before. If the number is still, notice what your body feels. If the number is still high at the end, you can repeat. But notice what your body feels. If the number is still high, notice what your body feels. If the number is still high at the end, you can repeat the video. As I mentioned before. If something deeper comes up, that may be the next layer to work with. While it's happening, take one tiny action words. Send a message to home before click. The goal is not to feel calm. The goal is to execute, take action. So if you know you have a purpose, but you keep hiding from the actions that your purpose requires, I want you to understand this. You are not automatically lazy, broken, or uncommitted. You may be carrying emotional charges, protected patterns, or beliefs that make your purpose fit and safe to be expressed. And that's why we use EFT inside this course. Inside all my courses. Not as therapy, not as a cure, but as a tool to help you regulate your internal state, clear any emotional resistance, and take aligned action towards your purpose. The point is not to tap forever. The point is to become clear enough to move. Regulate first, then execute. Your purpose doesn't need only insight. It needs action. It needs consistency, and it needs you to become internally safe enough to show up for it. So now that you understand what EFT is and how we use it here, your next step is to begin the course. Click on the next video, start with the first EFT session, and actually participate in the work. Don't just watch this as information, use it as a practice. EFT is not here to replace your purpose. It's here to help you regulate your state so you can move towards it. And if, let's say, you have a different course that you want to take from any of my EFT courses, please go to the homepage of my YouTube channel and help yourself. And I'll see you in the next one. Yourself. And I'll see you in the next one. If you know you have a purpose, but keep hiding. If you know you have a purpose, and part of that, you have a purpose. If you know you have a purpose, but keep hiding. And part of that purpose. Have a purpose. If you know you have a purpose, but keep hiding. If you know you have a purpose, and part of that purpose is to create, speak, heal, build, or serve, but hiding. If you know you have a purpose, and part of that purpose is to create, speak, heal, build, or serve, but every time it is time to be seen, something inside of you freezes, hides, overthinks, or disappears, this video is for you. You know you have a purpose, but keep hiding. If you know you have a purpose, and part of that purpose is to create, speak, heal, build, or serve, but every time it is time to be seen, something inside of you freezes, hides, overthinks, or disappears, this video is for you. You may know that you're meant to build something meaningful, and you may know that you have a very special message and a purpose, and that purpose inside of you it may be your internal state. So in this video, I'm going to give you it may be your it may be your internal. It may be your internal state. It may be your internal state. So it may be your internal. It may be your internal. It may be your it may be your internal state. It may be your internal state. So in this video, it may be your internal state. So in this video, I'm going to it may be your internal. It may even be motivation. It may be your internal state. So in this video, I'm going to give you the fastest clear intro. It may be your internal state. So in this video, I'm going to give you the fastest clear intro. How to use it, and why you help create emotional keeps flying through purpose. Why purpose-driven people keep hiding? Why purpose-driven people keep purpose-driven people keep hiding. Brings me to the next point, which is why me to the next point, which is why purpose-driven people keep hiding. A lot of purpose-driven people keep hiding. A lot of purpose-driven people think they are not showing up because they are lazy, broken, committed, or not trying hard. To the next point, which is why purpose-driven people keep hiding. A lot of purpose-driven people think, which is why purpose-driven people keep hiding. A lot of purpose-driven people think they are not showing up because they are lazy, broken, committed, or not trying hard. But a lot of times, the root problem is not your control state, beliefs, or part of you, it's not you, it's your mind parts. If you're aligned with action, your purpose requires. If you're aligned with purpose cause, your mind may say, I have to feel my purpose, but your mind may say, this is not your safe. Your purpose may say, speak, but the technical part may say, stay quiet. Your future requires living, but a system, the nervous system is associated with seen, with judgment, change your thoughts. You're trying to regulate the internal state and control your actions. And your purpose activates this. You're going to work with that before you so basically, you're going to help. And that means you have to be values. You're not just what is EFT So you're going to EFT stands for emotional freedom technique. It's just EFT the practice. EFT stands for emotional freedom technique. It's just so you're going to EFT stands for emotional freedom so to give you in a nutshell, EFT stands for emotional freedom technique. It's just EFT practice. We're going to emotional freedom technique. Instead of trying to figure out your changes yourself out, do it. You work with your so not literally how to do it. You enable it. Happy with it. Give your body a chance to process and then you will around you and I think that is high level. A lot of people always do it. Here's why EFT tapping helps with fulfilling your purpose. EFT this and that. No, that doesn't work. Here's why EFT tapping helps with fulfilling your purpose, at least for me. The missing piece most EFT tapping helps with EFT tapping helps with fulfilling your purpose, at least for me. The missing piece most EFT videos skip is that here's why EFT
Holy shit. This is a lot of work. That's crazy how I did this in like 2 days. You're like, I did it. I did this pretty damn fast. I did this really, really, really fast. Ah. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Mm. Mm. That's good enough. It's good enough for me, man. It's good enough for me. That is good enough for me. Doesn't need to be perfect. We don't need perfection here. We just need action. Don't need perfection, just need action. Do the same thing here. Period. We need the description with the chapters, the hashtags, and then the tags. So I can just copy and paste. Oh, I'm curious about that too now. If I were to say, let's say, for example, probably not. Almost there, man. Almost there at the last one. We're like really close to the last one. Oh, man. Yeah. Hey, sugar. Yeah, I'm wondering if you could watch a video for me and just tell me what you think about it. Can I send it to you on Signal? Or if you want to watch it here, you're welcome to, and tell me what you think about it. Okay. 36 minutes. Probably better to watch it tomorrow then. Probably better to watch it tomorrow.
Did you make it?
Yeah.
Can we watch it on a faster speed?
Yeah, of course.
Can I sit down?
Yeah, of course.
And get comfortable?
Of course.
Okay. Where is the best place?
Well, first, let's do it from your phone. And I can get your phone if you tell me where it is. And then okay, be right there with you. Let me I'm gonna get the phone and I'll be right back.
There's some food for you. Oh, sorry. I think it is outside. I think it is outside.
you to tell me if you're bored, if you would not watch this, if you would watch this, why would you watch this, why would you not watch this, things like this. All right?
I love the message already.
break it down more? Slow it down more?
moments when it happens, when the parts come up in people, and the parts are actually preventing people or stopping people. And in many cases, what do people do when they haven't owned their parts? They blame the outer world. And they say, this person. And that's when the part gets projected onto the outer world. And that is the collective shadow. Yes. Yes. Right. And when people don't own the parts, they keep projecting it into the outer world.
Keep going.
Yeah, and that's when people have their boogeymans in the outer world.
Yep. Hold on.
What?
Yeah, pause it. I'll be right there. Let me make sure I hit the save point today. Thanks, sugar. I appreciate that. Like, what do you mean by that, though?
You look very
Sharp.
sharp.
Oh, thank you, sugar.
And you look also very clear.
All right, that's going to be it for today. Done.